This is the Board of County Commissioners. The date is Tuesday, April 12th. I'd like to call this meeting to order. If you have any electronic devices, please put them on silent to limit the interruptions. For the invocation, we're going to have Pastor Preston Free from the First Christian Church in Winter Park, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance from Commissioner Constantine. Can we all rise, please? Pastor.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, every good and perfect gift comes from you, and we're thankful for that. You are a maker. The earth, the Lord, everything in heaven and earth is yours, God. And by your word, the heavens were made. When we consider your creation, God, we thank you for the beauty of it. We thank you that, God, that you have made us in your image, and therefore we know we have purpose. And we have meaning in life, God.
Right now I'm
we
paying
are not
extra.
here just by accident or random
I don't know what
chance,
to tell you.
God. So we thank you that you are the maker of heaven and earth, and we acknowledge that. And also, God, we acknowledge that you're sovereign. God, that you're the ruler. And God, that you're in control, even though sometimes it may not seem like it, but God, you are on your throne. You see all. You know all. But God, more importantly, you have the ability to intervene and make a difference in this world through our prayers, through our actions, through men and women who here are serving throughout this county and this state, God. And we know that you use good people like this to make the right decisions. And so I pray for them this morning in their jobs, God. I pray for them personally, that you lift them up, you encourage them. Thank you for the sacrifices they make, the long hours they put in. Many times it's thankless, God, but we do thank you for them. Lift them up personally and their families. God, give them wisdom. We live in a very troubling world and a lot of serious issues and difficult issues to wade through. So, God, we need your help and we need your wisdom. God, you're our creator, you're our ruler, and you're our redeemer. And God, you have seen us at our worst. And God, yet you gave us your best in your Son, Jesus Christ. And we especially remember that this week, as we remember that he didn't just die for us, but he rose for us. And because of that, God, it changes everything. So God, bless this meeting. Thank you for this wonderful country that we have with such great freedoms to worship, to convene, to do government. And we thank you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Everyone, to honor America and those who serve her, we say together, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Constantine. Thank you, Pastor. God bless you. We're going to move on to proclamations, awards, and presentation. The first presentation is going to be the county manager recruitment process. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Applegate, our county attorney. Mr. Applegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. As you know, we have received the first group of applicants. They were presented to you last Friday. Of course, we are expecting more to apply. That process is continuing. So today we're not going to be talking about applicants, but I felt it was important to have Bob Slavin, our executive management search head, to present the plan for the interview process. And Melanie Kuntz, myself, and Bob met via telephone last week to develop a strategy based on the individual comments that you have given me on what you would like. So we're trying to blend all that together. So I've asked Bob to come to the microphone podium, and we'll talk about what we envision to be a 3-day process. The first day, and we're not going to talk timeline today because we know other applicants are coming in. The first day would be individual interviews with each of you, or I'm sorry, with department heads. And we're going to break those up, depending on the numbers, by small groups. And then we'll have a luncheon where everybody will be together, department heads and the applicants, for more informal. The second day will be individual interviews with each of you, and Bob's going to talk a little bit more about that. And then the third day, the morning will be clear, so that if any of you want to have a second interview with an applicant or applicants, you'll have the time to do that. And then in the afternoon, we'll have a public advertised board meeting to do the public interviews and allow public comment based on those interviews. So, Bob, I'll turn that over to you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. Brian kind of outlined the process. The second day is very critical, particularly in Florida, where two of you are in the same room at the same time. We've got a public meeting, but this process provides each of you the opportunity to speak one-on-one with each of the candidates, and you'll have an hour to do that. In the past, when we've done this in Seminole County, I have also been scheduled on that round-robin roster to talk with each of you, and the value of that is that I may know some things about the candidates that would be helpful for you to know before you make a decision. So with your permission, we'll schedule it that way, where it'd be likely 5 finalist candidates and me meeting with you folks. That takes all day. And then Brian described the process. You'll have the opportunity the next day to meet with anybody that you might want to talk with more. And so the candidates will stay for that, and then in the afternoon they'll have the interviews between you folks, public interviews between you folks and each of the candidates. So that's the process that we had talked about, and I think several of you input into that through Bryant, and it makes a lot of sense. So, and the timing of it, the sequencing of it makes sense too, where it does provide candidates the opportunity to meet staff and as importantly, senior staff the opportunity to meet with the candidates. And there is enough time between that, when that takes place, and your final decision, so that anybody that wants to talk to you about their reaction to candidates can get that information to you without ranking or ordering them in any way, but just to get feedback to you. So.
And as you know, or some of you might know or remember, 11 years ago when I went through the process, I think it's a fair process for the applicants. They get time to meet with each board member, with staff, both in a room and then in a luncheon informal. And that morning where it's free, you will also have time to talk to the department heads based on their impressions. There will be no ranking or anything like that, but it gives you time to talk to them as well.
Thank you. Any other comments, suggestions? Commissioner Lockhart?
Yeah. The only item that I would like us to consider is that that public interview process, which I think is very important, because we'll be interacting with this individual both in private and very publicly, and so it'll be nice to see how they interact with us in a public forum as well. I would like to have a little more time to breathe and reflect on 5 interviews and public interviews prior to then having to come and make a decision right at that time, at that moment. Not knowing what day this is going to be, if there is a already scheduled BCC meeting, it might be okay to come back, have a few days between that final interview process. I may want to call some people, I may want to ask some questions, I may want to follow up on some
Commissioner
things.
Lockhart, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Slavin, what is your comments about that? That's okay, Commissioner Lockhart.
Yeah.
That happens frequently, and frequently what happens at the end of the final interviews is that you adjourn and ask me to provide additional information, and what I'm really trying to accomplish is usually to determine whether the candidates are still interested, and I'd like that to happen before you make a final decision, but it also would give you some time to do some more work with each of them. And if we build that into the system and let the candidates know that's going to happen, I think that's a fair request, and I think it would provide you the opportunity to learn more about the candidates before you make a decision. I think my recommendation is that we schedule that so that everybody knows when it's going to happen.
Agreed.
So it doesn't just, kind of go out.
Linger, yeah.
Just missed that
And
gate.
what a great point, because frankly, they might decide after interviewing with all of us that they're not interested anymore. I mean, this is a two-way street. We are selecting one another, right?
That's correct,
So
Commissioner.
thank you for pointing that out.
Actually, there's been a lot of discussion individually between several of you and me about the commission, but actually I've done a lot of work around the country working for councils and commissions, and I could sell this one to anybody. It's a good group of people. You work well together, and if you were supposed to think the same, there would only be one of you. So,
Agreed.
Mr. Applegate, you have any additional comments?
I think just to follow up, if it's okay with the board, then what we'll do is we'll keep the schedule as is, with the exception of the third day will be kept open for second interviews and allow you time to talk to staff. And then we'll schedule the public interview for a week later, whatever the timing is, to allow you that opportunity.
Just to be clear, I'm still good with the public interview on that third day because they're all here.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and
Yeah.
do it. It's the decision-making process that I'd
Right.
like to have.
That's what I heard, too.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I heard.
So we'll do that,
So the
Bob.
next-
and then-
yes.
Commissioner Constantine?
No, I was just, so the next.
We don't have a button up here, so when people make
Yeah.
moves, I think that they want to speak. Okay. Commissioner Hurd?
So I just want to clarify, so the decision-making will happen at the next county commission meeting, or is that at a different
determined.
meeting?
Yeah, to be determined, will either be a regular meeting or we'll call a special meeting
Okay.
and advertise it, just for that purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, folks.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
too.
Applegate.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move on to item number 2, which is the business spotlight. Hear from staff. Can we tee this up, please? Volume?
The name of our business is Epic Engineering and Consulting Group, LLC. Epic stands for, it's an acronym for Engineering, Planning, Information Management, and Construction Management. We started this company with the sole purpose of delivering high-end technology solutions to the public sector. We say we deliver business process optimization and digital transformation solutions to government agencies such as counties, cities, municipalities, utilities, airports, DOTs, and we are a Florida Seminole County born and brought up company, if you will. Essentially, when we started Epic, our intention was to bring the cutting-edge technologies so that the agencies serving our public can perform more effectively and efficiently so that the citizens get the benefit of the highest and most effective services from the government. Some of the solutions we have developed, one of them is for Seminole County Public Schools, where we developed a solution called SCPS-1, where they are able to process and analyze the student performance data from what used to be a 20-day process to a 2-day process. Our product, Simplify I3, City of Orlando Public Works is one of our major clients. We are enabling the digital transformation towards making our cities smarter and functioning more efficiently. So what you see here is some of the capabilities. This is their test system, so we're not showing any production data, but it gives them a centralized access to all the activities that their nearly 400-strong public works crew do to maintain the city infrastructure. Whatever is our client's business, our job is to make it easier. So instead of spending time on chasing paper or chasing data, we help them put their staff and the best and brightest minds to use it at the highest and best possible use of their talent. So we have 2 offices. We just started this is our main office in Winter Springs. So we have about 25 people working out of this office, and we have another 15 people spread across supporting various clients on site. And we opened a Tallahassee office recently in December, so we have 5 people there. So we have a total of about 40 people. Our positions range all the way from like what we call a business analyst, which is the people who go and find out what are the business challenges, document them, map their business processes, and then all the way into the whole software and technology solution development, which is the software developer, senior software developer, software architects, database architects, and then the infrastructure managers. I mean, we had to manage a lot of software. Now we are gaining expertise in cloud infrastructure, so we have cloud infrastructure experts, cybersecurity experts. So we have a broad range of talent. So we are a tech company, right? You're thinking, why are we using all these Post-its? So this is what we use for facilitation of discussions. There are 40 people from the organization, and this is where we look at each of their activities, and we make the participants tell us, what are the important items for them. So this is the listening portion and making them participate so that they tell us what their priorities are. We capture it, and then we go on to solution design. My dream is for us to be a world leader in providing infrastructure management solutions, like the focused public sector-based solutions. So I would love to see us grow into an internationally known company, national first, and an international company where our product is known for its simplicity and its power to help manage infrastructure worldwide.
Good morning.
Morning.
For the record, Irma Stengman. I'm with the Economic Development Department, and I'm here to introduce our business spotlight person is Prasachi Talaru. He's the president of Epic Engineering.
Good morning, Chairman Dallari, Commissioner Constantine, Commissioner Lockhart, Commissioner Hurd, Commissioner Zambauer, Mr. Malloy, and the officials of the Seminole County, and all of you for putting up with me on TV for so long. I want to thank you all for giving us this opportunity. It means a lot to us. We are a Seminole County born and raised company. I started my company very close to where Chairman Dallari's home is, up in Oviedo area. We're celebrating 15 years. It was a long, hard road, but we are providing really high-end solutions and services that support almost all major public agencies in this community. We're very proud of that. We thank you for giving us this opportunity, for this recognition. We look forward to doing more for our home county. Though we have served a lot of other agencies, we haven't done as much as we want to do, and we will do that. We bring optimization, as the video said, and our whole passion is to help you all run our counties and government agencies more effectively, more efficiently, so our citizens benefit from it. So we thank you for it. I have some of the stars of the video. I want to thank Irma and Kurt and John for helping us make this video possible. And then we are a graduate of the UCF Business Incubation Program, so very proud of that. So we are a Seminole County company. So thank you again for everything you do for us, and thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Before we move on, can you introduce the people that are behind you
Yes,
and
sir.
with you?
Thank you. So Marcela Dominguez, she's one of our business analysts and stars in the movie. Eliana Monciliano, project manager. Kerry Greenlee, he's our office manager. Suresh Sanka, he's our director of technology. And Larry DeJoya, he's one of our senior project managers. We have a whole crew of other folks, but we want to make sure we thank you and recognize the people who most of us live in Seminole County. Our kids go to school in Seminole County. So this is home, so this is an honor to be here.
Great. Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Constantine.
I'd like to recognize not just the work that you do for your work, but for the incredible amount of volunteerism that you and your team have invested in this county. Maybe you talk a little bit about what you do with our school district as a volunteer.
Yes, Commissioner Lockhart. So when Commissioner Lockhart was in the school board, for about 12 years ago, I went to Superintendent Bill Vogel, who was the superintendent of Seminole County Public Schools in those days, to bring STEM education, robotics, into our school system. So though I'm not a robotics engineer, I'm a plain old civil engineer, my passion is to bring that engineering design process thinking to our children. So for the last 12 years, many of you now have seen various information about the robotics programs expanding in our public school district. We recently sponsored the physics bus. You probably have seen some of the advertisement from the school district. So this is a fantastic opportunity. I would love for the school district to bring that to the commission one day, to bring that school. So it's a mobile bus
of all electricity, magnetism, mechanics to introduce kids from elementary and middle school to physics. And how much fun physics is. It's not something abstract. It is something we use every day. We have amazing teachers. So just very, very grateful to have those positive impacts on our community. And it's been a life-changing thing for us also, all of us. And that's what I encourage all of our small growing teams, that we got to give back. We got to make our home better. So
Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Lockhart.
Thank you. Commissioner Constantine?
Prasad, I just wanted to, also thank you for all the activity you do from the outside. I love the little, the advertisement that you did there to do more business with the county. But as Commissioner Lockhart indicated, there are a lot of things that the citizens of Seminole County do behind the scenes that are one-on-one. And just a personal story, Prasad is a next-door neighbor of my cousin, who's also my godson, and he tragically lost his wife a number of years ago, and Prasad has a little girl, and Prasad has always been there to help Danny with the care of her. So thank you very much, Prasad.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herr?
So I've had the pleasure of serving on several boards with Prasad. The school district is one avenue of his community engagement, as well as Leadership Seminole, as well as the chamber. And sitting on executive committees in those environments is often exceptionally challenging, maybe a little less challenging than this role, but exceptionally challenging. And Prasad is always the voice of reason and the quiet leader in the room. So I appreciate you for that skill set. And the amount of influence that you've had in the community is significant and can't be overstated. So thank you very much for your leadership.
Yes, sir, very kind.
Commissioner Zimbow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prasad, it's our pleasure to have you here, and thank you for operating your business in Seminole County. We sincerely appreciate it. Hopefully you can use this advertisement in your business to benefit your business, and we are most grateful to have you employing many residents from this county, so thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Just in closing, I'd like to say we met approximately 11 plus or minus years ago at the UCF Seminole County Incubator.
Yes, sir.
And you are truly the poster child, in my opinion, for the incubator, taking an idea, growing it into a company that you have here today. So as that poster child, congratulations, and thank you for making Seminole County what it is. Appreciate you.
We purchased our first building, of course, in Seminole County, so we'll be moving there at the end of the month, and we will be sending our invitation to all of you to come visit our new facility. I try to spread this message of giving back to the community, to all of our teams, all the kids my wife and I mentored over the past 12 years, and this is a great place. When we moved here 25 years ago, when we just got married, we didn't realize how great our community is, and we were just fortunate to be here, and thank you all again for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well. Okay, next on the agenda is a presentation for a legislative update by State Representative David Smith. Representative Smith is one of the representatives that represent Seminole County and the community up in Tallahassee. I'd like to introduce and give Seminole Representative Smith the floor, please. Representative.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a pleasure to be with everybody. Good to see friends up here and in the audience, too. So as you may know, our legislative session for 2022 ended the 14th of March. We went over a little bit. Our 60-day session wound up being 63. And mostly important, we went over a little bit long because of the budget. But thankfully, Florida's economy is open, and our budget was $112 billion in Florida. And again, that's a balanced budget. Revenues forecasted for Florida are equal what we're expending this year. So I'll hit a couple of highlights of that but start it off. It's almost a good news, bad news. The bad news is we didn't quite get everything done in that the governor vetoed our congressional redistricting map. So we're headed back to Tallahassee next week. I think there's a deal to be had, and we won't be there very long, but we'll take that on. And there's another issue that's coming up that's certainly important to me, and I know know a lot of people here in Seminole County, is property insurance. And I'll tell you, I have already recommended to the governor and sent a letter to the Secretary of State asking that the governor call us back into special session over property insurance in Florida, which really is at a crisis. But let's just go back to the $112 billion budget. And I won't go through everything, but I really would like to highlight some of the major muscle movements, so to speak, in the budget that impact us right here in Seminole County. In particular, there's probably the single largest investment in water and wildlife in our green space in the state of Florida. More investments going into preserving and protecting our environment, because as we know, people don't move to Florida or come visit Florida because we have great strip malls. It's our waterways, green space, and wildlife, and it's the backbone of our tourism industry also. So there's more money going in there than in the history of the state. We've made significant investments in K through 12 education. Over the previous 2 years, we've completely overhauled early education, the voluntary pre-K program. So now we really took on K through 12. So about $8,100 per pupil in the state of Florida. More money per pupil in the state of Florida than in the history of our state. So we are investing in education. We are investing in training a workforce of the future for higher paying jobs. A big chunk of that FEFP money is teacher pay raise. Again, something that I've been advocating for the 4 years that I've been there. So this makes now an $800 million investment in teacher pay raises, starting with the new teachers, because we got them up to the $47,500 starting salary. It was very disheartening to see, as an example, a UCF graduate with an elementary education degree, and they don't want to teach in Florida because they can just drive up to Georgia for $14,000 more a year, start there. So we start every school year with thousands of teacher vacancies. So we've taken steps in order to get that starting teacher pay up, and now we've got to come back and work on veterans teachers. So of the $250 million recurring budget money that's in there for pay raises, half of that goes to new teachers, to the 47.5, half of that goes to veteran teachers, because what we created over the pay raises for new teachers is what's called compression. So somebody that's a 2-year teacher and somebody that's a 10-year teacher experience doesn't make that much difference. So now we're working on veteran teachers, and we're not done yet. I can't overemphasize. We're going to get teachers up to the pay that they deserve, because that when children start with multiple substitutes or vacancies in their classrooms, they don't learn on pace, and if they fall behind, that hurts us all. We also made some significant investments in higher education, not only in our state college system, which probably got the bulk of the increases, $5.8 million that I secured for Seminole State, but we also made investments in particular in the operations of our university system. In particular, UCF got an additional $20 million into their operating budget. So there's those type of investments. Also with workforce improvement. That has been an ongoing issue to address skills. And thankfully, it's a good problem to have, but today, we have about a 3.3% unemployment rate in Florida. We have more job vacancies in Florida than people looking for work, which kind of, if you take it fundamentally, anybody who wants a job in Florida has a job. Now, there's some transportation and maybe some child care issues that still need to be worked out, but it's a good problem to have, and it's not the problem we had 10, 12 years ago. So we're continuing to work to train that workforce of the future. Tell you, we made some other investments. The governor signed a bill into law yesterday to take on some issues that the legislature has not previously really focused on. And one of those things is fatherlessness, fatherless homes, that leads to a domino effect of disabled families, destabilized neighborhoods. So stronger families mean stronger neighborhoods, stronger communities. And so now they're putting $74 million into keeping fathers into homes, getting fathers back into homes, and that building block, foundational aspect of the Florida family. There's been a whole host of other issues. I won't go all over the policy issues, but tell you, it was a good problem to have $112 billion to spend. I'm up there, to tell you the truth, hooking and jabbing to make sure that Seminole County and Central Florida gets our share of the state budget. 22 of my 30 appropriation projects were funded. 3 of those were brought forth from the county commission, and I was happy to get those all fully funded. I think and I believe based on the revenue forecast for next year, because Florida's economy is not just doing well, we're doing well and we're growing. And we're going to see, again, record tourism. We're going to see more and more businesses continue to open, and that's good for Florida because one of the things, in the legislature we have one responsibility, constitutional responsibility, and that's to pass a balanced budget. So we did that this year, but I see even more money next year coming into Florida, and we're going to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And I especially want to thank you for your support for not just Seminole County, but for Central Florida, and your leadership with this county up in Tallahassee. So thank you for that. Any questions from the board? Commissioner Constantine?
Just, Representative, I have to say that thank you for helping us with the funding. But please, we continue to have this onslaught of the legislature coming down and telling local governments what to do. You have 60 days. We're elected by the people to do a job. You're elected by the people to do a job. And I would appreciate very much that, especially now that you're going to be representing a lot of the city that I live in, that you continue to understand how important and the difference between your job and our job. And this is not talking to you personally, this is talking to your colleagues also, because it continues to be a problem. And we all would appreciate, some relief on property insurance, but also the fact that we have to, within something that was very important to me when I did the building codes a number of years ago, we have got to do something about the inspections during this special session. I mean, to leave that off after what happened down in South Florida, I think would be a crime that we don't address that. And just on a personal level, as you know, I use that line on the strip malls all the time, so that's the flattery of using my line. So I remember that Governor Graham said that he stole that line from me, and he said, well, that's the greatest part of flattery. So thank you very much for using my line. Now, all I'm going to say is live by it, please, okay? And help all of our environment, and I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Commissioner Zimbow?
David, I just want to thank you very much on behalf of the citizens of Seminole County for bringing the money forward for some of our trail needs and our water issues we have in the county. And also thank you for making yourself readily available. I know for this commissioner, and I'm pretty certain my fellow commissioners, anytime we have a concern of what's going on in Tallahassee, your office has always had an open door policy, and that's very important. So we appreciate that communication capability. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're welcome. And again, I think almost everybody has my phone number. I'm certainly blessed in the legislature to be serving there, but as many people know, I spent my career 30 years in the United States Marine Corps. I'm fortunate to have a nice pension from that allows me the flexibility to make being a legislator my full-time job. So whether it's the county commission or city commissions inside of Seminole County or the school board, almost everybody's got my number, and I call people all the time because I know what I don't know. And if there's an issue that comes up, I'll call or I'll text somebody and say, hey, please explain this to me, because this is a team sport, and I know we all work together for our community. And issues with home rule, I hear that. I spoke to the cities of Castleberry and Winter Springs last night to update them. And the issue, we do have a pending piece of legislation that has ramifications, that where a business, it went passed as a Senate bill. I think it was 604 maybe. But,
620.
620. And where if a business is hurt by an ordinance, they can sue. And I read the bill. I read the bill analysis that said it was indeterminate, they could not calculate the potential negative impact fiscally on municipalities and counties. And I mean, it was a black hole. They had no idea how much it could potentially cost us. And that's taxpayers that have to pay those legal fees. So I worked with the bill sponsor, couldn't get the bill in a proper shape, and ended up voting against it. I'm optimistic, not confident, but optimistic that Governor DeSantis will see that it's bad public policy and veto it. And I've already reached out to the governor's office to do that. But we've got to work together and find what's right for Florida. And doing what's right never gets old. So I enjoy the job, and it's been a pleasure to serve.
Thank you, David. Commissioner Herr?
I won't repeat what's been said already, but I appreciate you because you do what you say and say what you do. And that is unusual these days. And so you are greatly appreciated for the man you are and how you are serving us.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Just in closing, David, I want to repeat something that you just said. You are always available, and you are. The times that I have called, you've picked up the phone, even on the weekends. And the times that you haven't picked up the phone, it's because you're in a meeting, and right after the meeting, you call me back. So I want to thank you for that, and the public needs to realize and understand how accessible you truly are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for what your hard work.
Thank you, David.
Okay, we're going to go into proclamations. The first proclamation will be presented by Commissioner Zimbauer. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow commissioners. It's with my great pleasure to introduce this proclamation. First, I must say, as a grandfather, I don't know anything more sacred and innocent than a child. And this is why this is so important. We bring this to the spotlight today in working with our Sheriff's Office and the Embrace Families organization to do the great work that they do, including painting commissioners' fingernails blue. It's with great pleasure I introduce the proclamation of April 22nd as National Child Abuse Prevention Month in Seminole County, Florida. Whereas in 2020, 3.9 million reports were made to Child Protective Services in the United States, and whereas 5,377 child abuse reports were made in Seminole County in 2021, averaging 450 cases per month. And whereas child abuse can have a long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that are long-lasting consequences for victims of abuse. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnerships created between child welfare professionals, education, and the health communities, along with faith-based organizations, business law enforcement agencies, and the families. Whereas Embrace Families initiated the manicure movement, challenging community members to boldly wear a single blue polished fingernail in the color of the child abuse prevention throughout the month of April. And whereas a single painted nail represents the 1 in 5 children who will experience abuse before the age of 18, sparking conversations about a difficult topic. And whereas we acknowledge that we must first work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. And whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and families, now therefore be it proclaimed that we, the Board of County Commissioners in Seminole County, Florida, acknowledge April 2022 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month in Seminole County and urge our community to recognize this month by improving the quality of life for all children and families, adopted this 12th day of April 2022.
Second.
We have motion, second discussion. All in favor of the motion, signal by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Motion passes.
Thank
Commissioner,
you.
would you present it?
Maureen, we bring your group up.
Raise the finger, everyone, who's got it.
Easy.
Morning.
I'll get you.
We got to get everybody in.
We balance it out with something.
You can see my face completely, I can see your face completely. It's the best way to work it. All right, I'm going to do one first, and I'm going to direct you guys to her. On my count, on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Ready? 1, 2.
I think Ashley's saying, everybody stick up your finger over there for the picture.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
We weren't doing this.
Can we stop the video for a moment, let everybody get situated, then play the video? If we could just have everyone's attention for a moment. Now play the video. Thank you. Maureen?
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm Maureen Brockman, and I am here on behalf of Embrace Families. Embrace Families actually has its roots here in Seminole County. We started as the community-based care of community-based care of Seminole County back in 2004, grew to community-based care of Central Florida, encompassing Orange and Osceola, as well as Seminole County, and several years ago rebranded as Embrace Families. But we, in a nutshell, manage the child welfare system here in Central Florida, which is shorthand for we manage the foster care system, but even more importantly, and much more of our work is done in working with families to help them get ahead of the problems that can bring children into the foster care system so that children never do have to enter foster care. And so we work to stabilize families here throughout Central Florida. April is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, and about 6 years ago now, we started this movement that really is now throughout the state of Florida, and we also have partners nationwide that we call the Manicure Movement. And the idea was to paint that one finger in prevention blue throughout the month of April to signify the 1 in 5 children that will be abused before the age of 18. A horrible statistic, but that's what we're trying to change, because it only takes one person to make a difference. So that's really the point of the Manicure Movement. And I want to talk to you men, first of all, because what we have found is that when I walk around with my painted blue nail all month long, people may look, but they really don't ask. But when my husband walks around through the month of April with his nail painted blue, and people will ask, why do you have a nail painted blue? And that sparks that conversation. And once that conversation starts, it's amazing the healing that can take place and the awareness that can take place. So that's really what the Manicure Movement is about. Seminole County, as in all things that we do, has been a tremendous supporter of this. I want to thank the Commission, certainly you, Commissioner Zimbauer, for the proclamation, the whole Commission, the county. your sheriff's office, your fire department, year after year, you've seen those gentlemen and women walking around this community with their blue fingernail to support awareness of child abuse and what we as individuals can do to prevent it. So thank you very much. Our team here from Embrace Families is up here. I wanted to introduce Nicole. Did she leave? Nicole Musgrave is our Executive Director of Child Welfare Operations here in Seminole County, and she is a tremendous asset to your community. And again, we're very pleased to work here and to have such a great history and legacy here in Seminole County. So thank you for all your support.
Thank you. Excuse me, Maureen.
Yeah.
So you have a table out front.
We do, yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that real quick?
Yes. So out front, I guess that's where the rest of our team has gone. During the break, we have lots of blue fingernail polish, and we'll be out there painting the nails. Who's got their nail painted now? Let's hold them up again. Yep. Oh, look at this. This is great. So nobody leaves here today without a blue fingernail. And when people ask you, what are we all going to say? What does that fingernail mean?
1 in 5.
1 in 5, yeah. And that's the statistic we want to change.
And I will tell you, I've known Maureen for many years, and her husband is an attorney. And he is kind of maybe some on the shy but conservative side. And so him having a blue fingernail basically sparks up some conversations. The reason I'm telling you this is because I think it's important for all of us to do it so that people will be asking us questions like, and every year that I've done it, I'm amazed at the questions that I get. And so it sparks that conversation. I think it's important to talk about the movement and why 1 in 5 is so critical and important. So thank you for being here, Maureen.
I remember painting Commissioner Delari's nail the very first year we tried this, and it was very uncomfortable for him. But thank you for 6 years later for, for wearing it with pride.
Yes. Anyone else? Thank you. Commissioner Zimbauer?
I would be remiss if I didn't thank you all very much for having Glenn, during the pandemic, come and speak to the public about this issue when it was unfolding, that we tend to have observed more of this when the pandemic and people were staying at home. So we appreciate your folks coming and helping us do that, as well as the educators, the firefighters, our law enforcement. Like's been stated, when those children were no longer at the school operating in their normal routine, they were out of the eye of those individuals that could point that out or bring it to the attention of law enforcement. So we want to thank you all very much for participating in helping us during the pandemic. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was a nerve-wracking time for us when our children were separated from those natural reporters of child abuse. You know, we were holding our breath to hope, you know, that things remain stable. But so we're glad that our kids are back with their teachers and their physicians and everybody else.
Amen. Well, thank you.
Commissioner Herr?
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for my second son.
And we thank you for dancing. Our fundraising event, May 7th, Dance, Dream, and Inspire, and Commissioner Hare was one of our very first dancers. So
That shall remain off the record.
I think there's video.
I do have the
There's video. Yeah, it was good.
Okay, let's
She did
stay on
great.
topic if we can.
Oh, this is on topic. This is so on topic.
Thank you. Have a
We
great
good?
day. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I'll move on to proclamation presented by Commissioner Herr. Commissioner?
Yes, I'll start this with a little bit of background about Seminole County, which has been designated as Florida's natural choice. And it is clear to me that the preservation of our natural resources and the proper management of waste is vital for the continued quality of our air, water, and soil. To that end, Keep Seminole County Beautiful is an accredited affiliate of Keep America Beautiful, as provided by the Solid Waste Management Division. And Keep Seminole County Beautiful will provide continued efforts to outreach and educate the public, organize beautification and cleanup events, and many other activities to safeguard that Seminole County remains as Florida's natural choice. And with that background, I move the following proclamation of the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day in Seminole County, Florida. Whereas Earth Day has been celebrated by more than 1 billion people worldwide since 1970 and is regarded as the largest day of action to change human behavior in the world. And whereas the Earth Day 2022 theme is Invest in Our Planet, chosen to encourage businesses, governments, and citizens to get involved in sustainability as a path to prosperity. And whereas Seminole County is known for its natural landscapes and ability to preserve natural environments native to Florida, lending to its recognition as Florida's natural choice. And whereas Seminole County is committed to ensuring a resilient community through the Seminole County Resiliency Working Group and Central Florida Partnership, implementing innovative and sustainable projects for the future of our environment. And whereas Seminole County and its partners have planned multiple educational cleanup and horticultural events throughout the community in recognition of Earth Day 2022 for community engagement. And whereas Seminole County remains committed to help accelerate the global transition to an equitable, prosperous, green economy for all. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaims April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner, would you present it?
Sure, I'd be happy to present it.
Is there, who's
We have
accepting
staff
it?
here?
Come on down. So I'm presenting it to our staff who's helping to keep Seminole County clean. That may have been a detail I did not know. Sorry. Thank goodness the chairman's keeping us square.
Thank you, sir. We have someone on this side just to balance it out just a little bit. There you go, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
All set?
We do it. You and I do it.
All right. On my count, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mallory Coffey, the East Region Affiliate Operations Director for Keep America Beautiful, and I'm so happy to be here this morning on behalf of Keep Seminole County Beautiful. And as you mentioned previously, we're here today to celebrate the accomplishments of Seminole County and specifically the Solid Waste Department and its staff coming together with a vision to create and keep a beautiful, clean, and green community. For more than a year, the staff of the Solid Waste Department here have worked towards the creation of Keep Seminole County Beautiful. This process includes multiple trainings, studies, surveys, and the creation of a strategic plan that focuses on sustainable and realistic solutions to ending litter, increasing recycling, and beautifying this community. Since 1953, Keep America Beautiful has partnered with social, private, and public sectors to ensure all citizens live in clean, green, and beautiful communities. The work done by the board of Keep Seminole County Beautiful now joins the history of our organization. We are proud to have assisted in the development of a plan that focuses on amplifying the strengths and bettering the weaknesses of this county. On behalf of Keep America Beautiful and Keep Florida Beautiful, we would like to thank these employees and the commissioners of Seminole County for seeing the need for an organized effort towards ensuring the beauty of this county continues for future generations. We are proud of the work done thus far and the creative drive leading the future of this affiliate. Today, we welcome Keep Seminole County Beautiful to an affiliate network of more than 700 affiliates nationwide. We know we will see beautiful things from the county and that this affiliate will be a leader in the network. Congratulations, Keep Seminole County Beautiful. We look forward to doing beautiful things with you all.
Thank you. Any comments?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was beautiful.
Amen.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next proclamation presented by Commissioner Constantine. Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and keeping with the theme today of saying something before we do the proclamation, I just wanted to say that it's always wonderful to get this pineapple, and the reason we have the pineapple in front of us is because the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association has presented that, as they always do during this tourism week. And we want to thank them because, as everybody knows, the pineapple is the symbol for tourism and hospitality. And so I will move a proclamation of proclaiming May 1st through the 7th, 2022, as National Travel and Tourism Week in Seminole County, Florida. Whereas National Travel and Tourism Week is an annual industry tradition celebrating the value of travel, the value travel holds for our economy, businesses, communities, and well-being. And whereas this year's celebration is themed The Future of Travel, as tourism is focused on the future where friends, family, and colleagues can connect, and hopping on a flight is simple as hopping on a virtual meeting. And whereas on its 39th anniversary, we are reminded that travel is an essential economic driver for businesses and communities, providing millions of jobs and spurring growth and demand. And whereas the fiscal year 2021, Seminole County surpassed tourism development tax projections by 16%, and hotel occupancy rates increased by 29% over 2020. Demonstrating a stronger recovery than originally projected. And whereas last year Seminole County hosted a record-setting 104 events at the Boomba Sports Complex and Soldiers Creek Park combined, which generated $45 million in economic impact. And whereas the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association is the world's largest regional lodging association and represents approximately 80% of all the lodging establishments in the Tri-County area. And whereas the future of travel is driven by all of us in every corner of the country and every sector of the tourism industry. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 1st through the 7th, 2022, as National Travel and Tourism Week in Seminole County, adopted this day of April 2022.
Second.
We have motion, second. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passed unanimously.
Robert, come on down.
Bring the whole team.
You're going to be front.
Got everyone in?
Jen, you move just a little bit over so I can see you. There you go. All right, all set? On my count, on three. 1, 2, 3.
Awesome. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I just want to say on behalf of the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association, it has been tremendous to be here today and to celebrate yet again the 39th anniversary of the National Travel and Tourism Week. It's been quite a year. Certainly the last couple of years have been certainly challenging to the entire industry, but I'm so delighted to see the economic growth and the recovery that is happening, and really Seminole County is leading the way, and it's specifically some of those statistics that they're shared there are just staggering. And certainly with sports being such a huge economic driver of bringing back families, groups to come and use these facilities, and certainly to be able to help fill a lot of our hotels that unfortunately sat empty for much of 2020. And so we're really delighted to see that not only do we have a 16% increase year over year in last year ahead of budgeted revenue, just in the first 5 months of this year, we're already 14% ahead of this year's fiscal year budget for the 2021 and 2022. So I know that the rest of this year is going to be an incredible year for tourism and hospitality. And I really just want to say thank you, to each of you, the commissioners, certainly with over the last couple of years with those hotel grants. They were super helpful to many of our hoteliers to be able to provide many safety components for not only for the guests, but for the employees, because that was both needed. That was certainly to be able to lure our visitors to come back to Central Florida, but certainly also to help protect our local residents who are working at many of those properties. So I just want to say, again, thank you so much, very much, for your continued support of our tourism and hospitality. And certainly it's going to be a really exciting rest of 2022 and beyond. So thank you to you, all of you and your team. I specifically want to also thank Guy, to Tricia, and to Danny. I don't know if Danny walked out here, but I really want to say thank you to the three of them. We work hand in hand consistently on helping to drive tourism and hospitality here in all the different facets. So you have a tremendous team here, and I just want to say thank you to each of them publicly as well for their continued partnership with CFHLA and certainly with all of our members. So on behalf of the entire association, thank you again very much for your continued support, and look forward to seeing you all again very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Now move on to another proclamation presented by Commissioner Lockhart.
All right. Commissioners, I'd like to move the following proclamation proclaiming April 10th through 16th, 2022 as National Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week in Seminole County. Whereas the National Animal Care and Control Association has designated the second week of April each year as National Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week, and whereas various federal, state, and local government officials throughout the country take this time to recognize, thank, and commend all animal control officers and animal services staff for the dedicated service they provide to the citizens, public safety, and public service agencies and departments across the nation. And whereas every day animal control officers and shelter attendants put themselves in potentially dangerous situations to protect the health and welfare of all kinds of animals and the public. And whereas, in addition to field work and code enforcement, Seminole County Animal Services delivers community education, adoption, fostering and outreach events, spay and neuter clinics, vaccination and chip clinics, pet care presentations, humane education, and rabies clinics. And whereas, since 2018, Seminole County Animal Services has acted as a no-kill shelter, adopting or fostering all animals who were adoptable into loving and caring homes. And whereas, in 2021, Seminole County Animal Control officers answered 11,452 calls for service. And whereas Seminole County recognizes the animal services staff for the many dedicated and long hours of service they perform in serving animals and residents of our community, and fulfilling the Seminole County Animal Services commitment to providing the highest and most efficient level of customer service. Now therefore be it resolved by the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners to recognize April 10th through 16th, 2022 as National Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week in Seminole County, and express sincere appreciation for the service and dedication of our animal services employees. Adopted this 12th day of April, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Commissioner, did you
I
present
think
it?
Alan Harris is here, and I know there are some other staff and maybe volunteers that would like to come forward. It'd be great.
Okay, a little closer to Carol.
Come on, everybody. Bria, how do you step a little bit to your left so I can see you there?
Not behind me.
All right, all set? On my count, on three. 1, 2, 3.
morning, Commissioners. Alan Harris, Chief Administrator for the Office of Emergency Management. A little over 6 years ago, the past county manager asked if I would be willing to have the Animal Services Division rolled under the Office of Emergency Management. I was humbled by the request, but quickly answered yes for two reasons. One, anyone that knows me knows that I love animals. And number two, for the hard-working and dedicated staff that I knew that I would be working with. I have been working with them as a volunteer for quite a while, and to be asked to oversee such a passionate team was an easy question for me. If you'd like, allow me just for a few minutes, I'd like to talk to you about this team. And they're truly angels. In the last year, we have not just taken care of dogs and cats. We have taken care of goats, rabbits, and I had to put the list down because otherwise I would have lost it. But goats, rabbits, pigs, fish, turtle, guinea pigs, hamsters, storks, a crane, pelicans, parrot, iguana, and a snake, and I'm sure I left something else out, but those are the ones that I either saw or was part of in some way. So they deal with not just dogs and cats. They deal with lots of animals. I think we have some rabbits available for adoption right now, so come on over.
It's Easter.
Exactly. We get quite a few pigs, and we actually had a goat left in a dog park the other day. So we had to actually go pick up a goat that was left inside of a dog park. It was adopted to a farm out in Chulioto. Our team works, of course, 7 days a week, in middle of the night, in early morning, rain, shine, no matter what, we are available. We work holidays, of course, because the animals still need to be fed, they still need to be cared for, they still need to be have their areas cleaned. The services we provide, Commissioner Lockhart mentioned quite a few of those, but in our field operations, bite investigations, animal welfare and cruelty investigation, lost pets, noise complaints, removal and care of pets from and a lot of people don't know this, but if an individual goes into a hospital and they are alone and there's a pet left in the house, someone calls us, the fire department calls us, and we come and get the pet and we take care of that pet. And that happens multiple times. Same thing if they go to other places like the jail. So we take care of those dogs as well, and actually there was a story related to that just recently where we were taking care of 14 dogs. We also pick up, of course, injured animals, livestock, wildfire, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In the shelter operations, of course, feeding and watering of all the pets, cleaning cages and crates, hosting special events, adopting animals, working with foster care, and then general care for the animals that come into our shelter. And I'm really excited over the last few years, we've increased the veterinary services that we provide. All animals that are on our adoption floor are already spayed and neutered. They're already altered, ready to be adopted that day. We treat animals now, sick and injured animals where we were unable to in some cases before. Now we are treating them and they are becoming adoptable. So that's amazing. We do lots of medical treatments for animals. And then one of the things that a lot of people unfortunately have to deal with at some point in their pet's life is end-of-life services. So we provide end-of-life services. I was a recipient of the end-of-life services just recently. My little Chihuahua Peanut had to go cross the Rainbow Bridge, and I just can't tell you the staff over there that took care of me. But when I posted how wonderful my staff was, they said, oh, there were people that were commenting, oh, they did that for me too. Oh, they did that for me too. And I knew that. I have his little box of ashes that they provided for me. Not because I'm their manager, but because that's the service we provide at Animal Services. These people are hardworking, they're dedicated, and I can't thank you all enough, and that's why I made you stay here, so that you can hear me say that, and now they can go back to work. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you,
Thank
Alan.
you.
Alan, can you wait a minute, please? Any comments from the board? Commissioner Constantine?
Yes, Alan, a number of years ago, we started a program that has now become popular with a number of other counties in the area, and we did it seamlessly. Other counties have had, some controversy, but because we did it, because of your work and dedicated work of your staff, the seamlessness of going with the pet shops and doing no more sales, but doing the adoption, and it has really become a success, and quite frankly, I have heard nothing but praise about it from everyone. So I just wanted to, again, thank you and your staff for that too, because that was unique in the area, and now it's become the norm.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zimbow? I got Commissioner
Go ahead,
Lockhart.
come on, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say that, our pets in many ways are very much like our children. Sometimes, depending on the day, we love them more. And it is such a treat and a true public service to know that the individuals who are a part of that team know that you're caring for people, essentially for people's children in many circumstances. And I've adopted animals from the shelter. I've had to surrender an animal. I've also had to go through the process of putting an animal down at the shelter. And it has been exactly what you characterized it as. No matter what circumstance a family finds themselves in, your team has been absolutely exceptional in caring for not just the animals, but for the people. And that means so much to all of us, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zimbow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say to your staff, it's very clear your love and dedication to the animal population, and we are forever grateful. A lot of you do this because of the love of the animals. You love what you do, and we sincerely appreciate it. So thank you all so very much.
Commissioner Herr?
So you all have probably noticed that your department is one of the few that I haven't toured, because the first time I ever toured your department years ago as a vendor, I went home with a dog. And so
That was a successful tour.
it was a very successful tour. I made it to the last cage, and then we got Buster. So I will probably not be by there for a tour, because I already have 5, and no more should be allowed in the Herr household. But we do appreciate you as fellow dog lovers, but I could be a foster candidate, I'll just say that.
Alan, I will also want to echo not just what the commissioners have stated, but years ago, I actually did a shadow on one of your animal control officers. There he is right there.
That officer.
And I will tell you, my hat's off to you, sir. Riding around in that truck with you and seeing what you went through, you're more than an angel, man. You're a Superman. You got a cape on. And there was times when this gentleman is getting out of a truck, and he's going to calm down a situation of 2 dogs that are totally out of control. And he looked at me, come on, Commissioner. I'm like, I'm not getting out of this truck. And I remember when we left the office, the one thing that was told, remember the one thing that was told to us? Don't get the commissioner bit. Remember that? And I don't know how you do it. When you go into situations, not just you, sir, but all of you folks, a lot of times it is a situation that personalities and temperaments are raised, animals that are in situations of distress at no fault of their own, and I don't know how you all do it, but you calm them down, and God bless you all. So yes, they're unsung heroes with a cape.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
It is ironic that it's National Pet Day yesterday.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
That's what Instagram told me.
Thank you
I don't know
all.
if it really was or not.
Okay, I just want to ask staff before we go on to the courthouse update, do we have the judge on the phone? Okay, can we verify that, please?
Yes, I've been on the phone since 9:30.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to make sure we were having that connection. This time we're going
I appreciate it, and thank Melanie for assuring that.
At this time, we're going to go to the courthouse renovation update. Mr. Abel, do you have any update, or do you want to turn it over to staff?
I'll just turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Presentation for the criminal justice center renovation update. I have with me Nick Bro. He's the project manager for that project, and he closely coordinates with all the stakeholders and along with the consulting on that project. And I'm going to have him go ahead and run into the presentation, and we can answer any question you may have. Nick?
Thank you, John. All right, let me orient myself here. Okay, we're going to talk about the CJC renovation project today.
For the record, could you just introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Nick Bro, I'm a project manager with Public Works. I work for John.
Thank you.
And the county. Any way to adjust the bottom? It looks like it's being cut off just a little bit. All right, we're going to bear with me on a few of the lines on the bottom here, but I want to start off with a little bit of background information. Under the CGL master plan, what they looked at was a personal forecast model, looking at the historical information from 2009 to 2019, looked at the past and projected county population, and the data gathered through departmental surveys. Now, what they used this for was for a space planning purpose, not necessarily to project out what the staffing needs would be. Within the current program, there are currently 10 courtrooms in the CJC at the criminal court, operated by 4 circuit judges, 5 county judges, 1 magistrate, and then a rotating 4 hearing officers. An additional courtroom has been projected as a long-term need for the criminal court. Now, CGL uses the term long-term for needs beyond the 2040 master plan. The master plan was used as a planning tool for the county to anticipate the needs currently today and out for a forecast of 2040. So it's a 20-year study. Everything beyond that is considered long-term. So this additional courtroom was to be year 2040 or beyond. This information was presented through a work session number 2, on August 29th, 2019, to the previous board. On page 25, there was an illustration which noted the additional criminal courtroom. It was further communicated that this was a 20-year beyond forecast, and from that, we walked away with the understanding that that was a direction that we'd be moving towards. There were no further meetings or notes where the additional courtroom was brought up through the space study or the master plan. Fast forward to today, we're looking kind of beyond the current program, working with the court administration through work session number 1 at the beginning of February. It came to us that we had to address the immediate need of a 1 jury courtroom. There was a need expressed within the next 1 to 5 years. Through work session number 2, we got a little bit more information on that in addition to the 1 jury room, we would also need a non-jury courtroom within the next 20 years. And then through confirmation, we wanted to make sure that we were addressing the needs of the court administration. So we requested via email a summary of the program. So from that, we came with a 1 jury, 1 non-jury courtroom within the next 1 to 5, and then 1 jury courtroom within the next 7 to 10. So those are the needs that we currently understand them as today. And this presentation is really framed around that request of 3 courtrooms in total. Diving in a little deeper into the courtroom program, our current inventory at the criminal courthouse is 10. Those are 10 jury courtrooms. Looking at the civil courthouse, which is in downtown Sanford, we have 6 jury courtrooms and 4 non-jury courtrooms, bringing the total to 20 courtrooms. Now, this is looking primarily at the criminal and civil. This is not taking into consideration the juvenile justice center. The additional request is 1 to 5, as noted before, the 2 courtrooms, and then the 7 to 10 forecast for 1 jury. So the total, again, is 3 courtrooms. With the total build-out, taking the current inventory and the additional request, we round out to 23 courtrooms with the makeup that you see before you. Looking at the judicial court staffing, currently on the Seminole County, it's served by 16 judges and 4 magistrates / hearing officers. Breaking that down a little further into the court function, both criminal and civil. County court judge, there are 5 under criminal, 1 under civil. The circuit judge, there is 4 and 4, bringing the subtotal for both groups into 14. Now, the requested growth of 3 will round us out to a count of 17. And again, this is looking primarily at the criminal and civil only, not looking at the juvenile. Underneath the juvenile, there are 2 circuit judges and 1 magistrate hearing officer. So through the development with court administration, we wanted to kind of summarize for everyone the stakeholder feedback through those work sessions that we held with the clerk, the sheriff, and the court administration staff. We wanted to maintain a kind of a contiguous workspace for the clerk. We wanted to maintain that for all the options shown. Maximize the opportunities for secure parking. With the clerk, we wanted to kind of maximize their footprint the best we could, but with the addition of the 3 courtrooms, we also had to accommodate additional support space and staff for them. So that's an addition of 835 square feet. And then once again, the continuous workspace, and we wanted to maintain the customer service area, which the clerk has been actively working on for the last several years, right at the front of the building. The sheriff wanted to maintain, again, their proximity to the clerk customer service area. So going through the floor plans, these floor plans are presented in a way where it's the full build out. We'll further break that down into the phasing or options that will be available for the board to decide on. So through here, what we've done is we have kind of tried to enumerate the number of courtrooms on each level, also to identify the level of renovation on each floor, and then to include what is part of the building addition and then what is part of the interior adjustment. So this is the current ground floor with a few modifications. Focusing on the clerk space, we've got 1,000 square feet added to the back. With that addition, there will be the removal of 2 secure parking spaces. Currently, the clerk has 4. So there is a reduction of going down to 2. The judicial parking remains constant at 12. And with the program to convert the building over to the central chiller plant, we will be removing some of the equipment to provide cooling to the building. In the back of the building, there are a number of cooling towers, and the chillers are located on the interior. So with the removal of that equipment, it'll actually free up some area for additional parking, which we so desperately need on the campus. So we're looking to create an additional 12 parking spaces for the judicial. That'll provide approximately 12 secure parking for, and this is fortified parking, not just a gate arm, for the judges. At the building, at the front side of it, we're looking to add, through the red boxes here, an area appropriate for the clerk of court, kind of expanding out their windows, self-help, which is illuminated in green. And then to the right side of the building entry, there'll be a building break room, which will be an area for not only staff, but for the public to kind of congregate within, where they can have a moment of reprieve, maybe a grab-and-go component to the program so they can grab a quick snack while they are doing business with the county. And then a little to the right of that would be the jury entry and break room. So it's kind of a shared wall where there'd be some vending and touchdown points within that location. To the far right, illuminated in the yellow box, is the maintenance area and interpreters, and then in red it would be a new stair to support the addition on the upper level. So level 2 is really where the focus of the renovation is, or building addition will occur. This floor currently, as it exists today, is where the state attorney currently occupies. So with this plan, we are going through, and this will be designated for court administration. So what you see here is kind of the new plan that we are moving towards. With that, we'll be expanding the building footprint onto the roof. The lower roof, which is highlighted in red, the additional support stair to the right, and then there'll be a bit of reshuffling on the interior space. So with this floor plan, we expect major renovations to occur. There are 9 courtrooms shown. Now, when I use the term courtroom, this is referencing both jury and non-jury, and also the non-jury can be considered a hearing room as well. And then to the left, there'll be some reconfiguration to the court administration's area adjacent to the connector to the annex building. On the third floor, there are, once again, major renovations. This is where the public defender currently resides. This entire floor will receive that kind of level of treatment, where now we're putting 4 brand-new courtrooms on the level with the supporting judge chambers to the rear. You can kind of note the building addition, once again, in red to kind of illustrate the magnitude of the footprint on that roof level. Level 4 is slated to receive technology renovations only. There are no major renovations anticipated for this level here. So we have the 4 courtrooms that are existing. They'll get a light refresh in terms of interior finishes, but primarily we'll be updating them to current standards so they can not only operate efficiently today, but also in the near future. Level 5 is similar to Level 4. These are the criminal courthouses. Once again, no major renovations, only technology. So kind of in summary, it'd be the Level 1 expansion for the clerk of court, the relocation of the self-help with clerk support. The customer service areas are going to remain in the existing location, and this provides needed space for the jury assembly. We are currently running a little light on the square footage. We are operating with an existing footprint, so we're making do with what we have. But through this renovation or addition of the courtrooms, we're able to slightly enlarge that footprint to accommodate a few more jury members. All 3 new courtrooms are located on Level 2. The new jury courtroom is attached to the holding, which is a critical component to the courtroom's operations. The other new courtrooms on the north wing are detached from the holding core, but we're going to work through those details with the court administration to make sure they operate without any issues. There are 26 total secure parking spaces, 24 for judicial and 2 for the clerk. Here's a quick summary of the modifications to the current project through the 3 courtroom additions. 12,600 square feet total, 6,000 on the Level 2, 5,200 square feet on the Level 1, and then 1,000 square feet as we saw for the clerk, and the addition of a 4,000 square foot egress stair both to the Level 1 and out, not just the floor and shell through this presentation. There'll also be some front hardscape and landscape adjustments that will need to respond to the additional square footage at the building. So we kind of heard a little bit on the full build out. Now what we've prepared for you is a breakdown of that. So what happens if the board directions to maybe do 1 courtroom or 2 courtrooms or 3 courtrooms? So it kind of gave you an a la carte menu so we can kind of position the financial model around that arrangement. So the 1 courtroom option, the probable cost is anywhere between $7.3 and $7.8 million. Through this, the total courtrooms available within the CJC will be 21. Kind of outlined again the building additions and the interior adjustments. I know they're a little small, but through this we are making the addition to the Level 2. The courtrooms will be kind of shuffled, positioning the larger jury room close to the holding area, and the self-help and other hearing rooms are kind of in the corner wing there. Here's a high-level breakdown of the cost summary. Now, this cost summary was prepared by a third-party under contract estimator. This was not an engineer's estimate. This was not an architect's estimate. This is by a professional who knows the current market, the current trends in construction. So I feel very confident that these numbers are where we may end up. We know that there is a lot of volatility within the market today, so we positioned ourselves with 3 kind of tiers of pricing, a low, a median, and a high, and those costs are differentiated by about a 5% increase or decrease off of the median. So through this, the focus is really only on the highlighted gray area on the Level 2, because this is specific to the 1 courtroom option. Through this is an all-in cost of the FF&E cost, which is furniture, fixture, and equipment, the soft cost for design fees, the permitting, the management that the county would have to undertake, in addition to what the base contract stipulates. So this kind of rounds us out to the $7.6 million. The two courtroom option is building on the one courtroom option. With this, there's a significant jump in price. The reason for it is there will be the addition to the ground level. The previous option had the renovation limited to the level 2 only. Through this option is both the level 1 and the level 2. So there's a bit of a shuffling with the courtrooms on level 2. We still have the building addition and egress stair on the easterly corner. And then we're accommodating the ground floor additional court, the self-help, the building break room, and the jury entry break room as well. I'll further point out that the reason why the square footage is the same between the option 2 and the next option that you'll see is for symmetry. This is a very kind of traditional building with a strong symmetry and forecourt, so the addition to the left and the right side of the entry is anticipated to balance the aesthetic of the design. So with this option, we are at $13.6 million to $14.5 million, and the total courtrooms is 22. Looking at the cost summary, once again, we got the median range at the 14.1. The 3 courtroom option, which was explained in a little bit more depth at the beginning of the presentation, the probable cost is 14.7 to 15.6 million. Again, this is with the addition on the second and the ground floor. The total courtrooms are 23. Now, the reason why the footprint is approximately the same was previously discussed, but some of the program is now put into the back of the area. It's a little hard on the screen, but the interpreters and the self-help are kind of now positioned where they are. They kind of shuffle from the previous option to this option. The cost summary, once again, the median is $15.2 million. So an overall summary on the different options presented today. The 1 courtroom option, 7.3 to 7.8 million. The building addition is limited to the level 2 only, 28 secure parking spaces. The 2 courtroom option is 13.6 to 14.5 million. The building addition is both on level 1 and level 2, and we come out with 26 secure parking spaces. The 3 courtroom option is 14.7 to 15.6 million. Building addition on level 1, level 2, with 26 secure parking spaces. With the cost, we're going to turn it over for the debt service impact for the different options.
Also, we prepare the debt service for each option, called 1 courtroom, 2 courtroom, and 3 courtroom for the additional debt service to the annual debt service. If you have any question, we'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, John. Before we go to questions or to the judge that's on the phone, I'd like to ask the public. Shane, you have a written request?
No, sir.
Okay, is there anyone in the public who'd like to speak to the board on this item? Anyone in the public? I'm closing public input. Judge, I have you on the phone, Judge Rexall. Is there any comments you'd like to make before we ask the board for questions? Make sure she's unmuted.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'll just wait for the questions, and then if there's anything that I need to clarify based upon the questions that are asked, I'll do so at that time.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to give you the option. Questions from the board? Commissioner Herr?
Yes, I just want to point out for the record that I did seek counsel on my ability to address this item, and there is no conflict of interest, so I do have a few questions. If you take us back to slide 5. So, Judge, slide 5 is the slide that indicates the staffing levels. And the slide is indicating that in county court there are 6 judges, in circuit there are 8. There are 2 additional that are in the juvenile courthouse. I just want to understand from our perspective and from the judiciary perspective, is it anticipated that the juvenile judges will stay in the juvenile courthouse? And I'll direct that to staff first and then the judge.
Yes, as a juvenile stay, as a juvenile, as a separate.
Judge Rexeidler, can you confirm that?
Yes. One thing that is not in the judicial staffing that is not noted, because I do note they deal with the juvenile courthouse, but there are also the hearing officers that require a courtroom that are not accounted for, as well as the fact that there are 2 magistrates that are not accounted for, and a DOR hearing officer that is not accounted for when you're looking at the judicial staffing. So that's actually in addition to the judges, although that is accurate. There are 4 other hearing officers or magistrates that use courtrooms that are not accounted for within that judicial court staffing.
So that takes us from 14 to 18, counting your 4.
Correct. And then we also have additional courtrooms for the senior judges. Like, for instance, currently, since the case management orders have been out, based upon the backlog and everything with trials, but then we're also anticipate essentially somewhat being slammed is probably the best way to put it in the future regarding trials. But we are literally having a judge try one case or do their non-juries while we have a senior judge also trying jury trials for us. So we're trying cases and having the senior judges as well, which requires another courtroom. So so when you're looking and trying to figure out as far as the assignments in regards to courtrooms, there are several reasons that additional courtrooms are used or need to be free as well, besides just the hearing officers, judges, or magistrates that are using them at all times. So essentially right now that's something else that's accounted for, and also would be, always has been and would be in the future.
So with all of that said, I still can't reconcile the full number other than we're looking for 23 courtrooms. The total number of courtrooms that could possibly be in use in one day, excluding the 2 juvenile judges, is, by my count, 17. You're at 19. Because you have 3 hearing officers that are all in a courtroom all at the same time.
Yes, especially on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, or Fridays, and sometimes Fridays. But it depends as far as the rotation, yes. And the way the circumstances work is each judge is assigned a courtroom, but rotating out, and each judge has their court. And I know it's been proposed or asked of me previously in regards to how the calendars work. But the judge's schedule each week, which you may be aware, differs each week. So one week they could have hearings and the next week trials, but sometimes things may differ, things may be added, things may be subtracted. So to indicate what would happen or otherwise each individual week, the schedule varies. But the reason for the additional courtrooms is because the anticipation in the past, we had essentially just from 2000, and I believe it was 3 to 2008, 1 additional circuit position and 1 additional county position. And we are due essentially for additional judges, especially considering the change in jurisdiction on the $30,000 is now going to go to 50, but even from going to 30, the numbers have extremely increased in the civil, county civil area. And the numbers are very high, again, in the circuit civil area. And then the possibility of, with the population increasing, that it would keep going. So the anticipation is the possibility, is the probability of 3 judges in the future. We also are to have, for instance, many times there are outside jurisdictions. We have Florida, where we have assigned Florida bar referee situations, where then, or an outside jurisdiction where somebody tries a case because there's a conflict and they're trying it in our jurisdiction. We've had criminal cases, for instance, that have gone outside in other jurisdictions, and we've tried cases over here in which judges from other jurisdictions come in. So the availability for always having at least 1 additional courtroom rather than being packed to the max is what is preferable as well by the Supreme Court and each jurisdiction.
So it might be worth clarifying for the public record your reference to the $30,000.
So, thank you. Essentially, the jurisdiction by the legislature for which cases go into county court, there's a jurisdictional level of how much you would have to sue in order to be in circuit court above either, it used to be $15,000 or more, then the jurisdiction became $30,000 or more in damages in order to be in circuit court, and then now it will be $50,000 or more in 2023. So that's something that's changed in the last few years that was not present in 2019. What that has done is that has increased the number of civil cases that will be in county court than what there were. Plus, based upon everything and the circumstances for the population or whatever reason, the numbers are rising just in general for the circuit civil cases and the amount of cases that are being filed and are being tried at this time. So, as well as family, both of those the numbers have increased since what prior numbers.
Thank you.
I'll stop there and pass it along.
I'd just like to add I think the judge did a very good job of defining the need for space for the hearing officers, for the magistrates, additional judges, and also the outside judicial needs that are coming into this area, as well as the legislation requirements that will increase our courtroom needs. We have to plan for the future. We could keep the present plan as is, but are we truly doing the service to the citizens just? Construction costs as it is that it will not get any cheaper as years move forward. I think that it's clear that there's going to be additional need on all the courtrooms, as well as the court system, and it's our citizens that is going to need those additional services. I have no issues with putting in the 3 additional courtrooms. I know it's going to cost us more, but those dollars will be beneficially spent today than in the future, and I think that by us planning for the future today, we can meet those needs as well as the additional cost. So if it was, I'll lead the conversation that even though it's additional money, we should plan for it. And because of the way it was explained to us just now by the judge, with the additional hearing officers, the magistrate officers, outside judicial needs that are coming in, and the judges, I want to make sure that we're planning for the future. That's my position. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Herr.
I just want to follow up on that. So the math, as I understand it, is on the chart, is 14 plus the 4 that's up on the top that's not represented in the grid gets us to 18. And the requested growth is 3. That gets us to 21, not 23.
John, would you explain that, please? Or maybe it's someone else in your staff.
Well, last one is the number we coordinate with the stakeholders, and that is came from them at 21. But according to the judge, they needed 3, additional 3, and that's why we provided you with alternative.
I'll get you.
1, 2, and 3 room. I think is that question need to be answered by the judge was a need and not a growth.
If I may.
Yes, you may, Judge.
It's 14 plus the additional 4, which is 18, plus the 3 in the future is 21, plus the additional senior judge that is used as well, which would be 22. And then as indicated, we have, as far as the need, for instance, I have 2 referee cases right now, which can be tried in the additional courtroom. It's always a preference to have another courtroom to also be used based upon the circumstances.
Commissioner Lockhart first, then Commissioner Zimbauer.
So I went back and looked at the CGL report from the master plan, and it seemed that there was some data and some history and some experience that went into their recommendation. And certainly, we want to plan for the future, and I think CGL's master plan does plan for the future. That's what we paid them to do. And so in my conversations with Judge Rexedler, I was trying to understand how the company that we hired came up with a specific criteria, which came to a number. And then, because through our own records, her request has changed over time from 1 to 2 to 3 over a very short span of time. And so I was hoping that there might be some justification, some data, some metrics that maybe she used to help get to that number that puts us significantly over a 20-year projection of the future. I think, everyone's future is different, right? If you're looking at 20-year future or you're looking at 50-year future, and I think the master plan we hired for was how many years?
2040 years, 2040 years.
So approximately 20 years. So if in 2040 there is an additional space, and I will say, some of the folks that I have talked with that are users of the courthouse, they see the use of the courts changing over the next many years. And of course, Commissioner Zembauer spends a lot of time in courthouses, so
Not as much as I used to.
He can, Bill, because so much is happening
here.
virtually. So I am not convinced that an additional 3 is necessary at this time, particularly with the cost and the additional debt service. $800,000 a year added to our debt service is significant, and that is that's money that can't be spent in other places right now that's needed now and in this 20-year future. Every dollar we spend in debt service is dollars that we cannot give to employees for raises or for other recurring costs that we have in this county. So we need to be very judicious, pun intended.
Thank you, Commissioner Zembauer.
Thank you, Commissioner Lockhart. All good and valid points, and I concur on many of those completely. What I will tell you as a user of the courts, not only here, but across this country, I think the trouble is getting people back into the courts. And the Supreme Court of Florida actually has a remote order standing right now on how those proceedings will continue. I concur with Commissioner Lockhart. We did hire a firm to do a study. We all agreed to hire that firm to do the study. We asked that all the stakeholders be engaged during that process. I even sent out a letter on behalf of the commission in 2020 requesting that if they weren't being engaged, weren't getting what they were supposed to get, please let us know that. We would make sure that everybody got back together and, had a big powwow. When I look down through the numbers and what I can see and looking at CGLs and actually what's happening, for me, it's a question of, is it 1 or is it 3? It's certainly not 2 because the numbers are so close. I might be convinced with further conversation with my fellow commissioners to go with an additional courtroom at this point during the construction phase, which would be the right time to do it, be the cheapest time to do it, in anticipation for that long-term forecast. What I will tell you is, again, to Commissioner Lockhart's point, we've seen no basis for this request. We've seen no metrics. We've seen no numbers. We know that there's shared courtrooms. We know that all courtrooms are not being used all day, every day, all day long. If you look at page 2 of the presentation, some of that is outlined by CGL to Commissioner Herr's point in counting those numbers of hearing officers and so forth that are going on and taking place. So if I may have some latitude, Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for the clerk, who has been very vocal about this process. If the clerk would indulge me.
Sure.
So my question is, what is your opinion on what should happen? You're going to be a key part and stakeholder. You have to assist the judicial in what takes place over there. You've typically been a conservative. Tell us what your what your take is, to do your job and get it done.
Well, as you know, we do a lot of different things. And my main concern has been about the security and the customer service in the courthouse. And either one of these plans takes care of that from our needs perspective. And so I'm good with either one. When it comes to the courthouse operations, that's really part of court administration and the judges. Because I've been asked many times, how much are the courtrooms used? And we're not always in the courtrooms. There's a lot of civil hearings that we're not part of. We only provide clerks for evidentiary hearings. We do attend traffic hearing cases with clerks. And so clerks are not always in the courtroom, and I don't have an accurate measurement to tell you how much they're used. I know, some days are busier than others. Obviously, anybody can walk around and take a look and do an inventory of the use. But I know from the clerk's perspective, we don't have an accurate measurement of courthouse use.
So maybe a more pointed question is, with what's been laid out, because it's going to impact what appears to be some of your space, does this accommodate what the clerk needs regardless of what is picked here?
Either plan is good, whether it's the original plan that was before the letter I, back in pre-ABC, whatever the original plan was that came forward fits our needs.
Okay.
This other plan, I do like how the self-help is sent down to the front in our office, because I think that's important. It works better with synergies. I do think it still needs a food component to it. You currently have a food service in there. It's just never been initiated, and I do think if you're going to bring more people over, and a food service component would be good in there. It doesn't have to be big, but just some sandwiches and some simple things in the morning. Obviously, you're not going to have dinner there, but a lot of courthouses have that, and also cuts down on traffic in and out. So we are okay with the clerk's perspective. Either one fits us well. The self-help on the ground floor would be better. One of the issues is we've had a lot of meetings, but we haven't really gotten to the point where there's a detail, where do people sit sort of thing, and how do we fit. I've even in my head now, after we did our passport event over Saturday, we had, there were hundreds of people showed up, and it showed me there's a pent-up demand, and we're doing that at the Record Center, which doesn't lend itself. I want to move that over to the criminal courthouse. Now I'm thinking maybe we need more passport agent room in there. So in my mind, things are always changing.
Right.
But I can't really, answer your question. We work with the judges. It's a, good partnership. We get along well with them. We don't work for them. We work with them, and it's been a good partnership. And I can't really weigh in as to, how they should do things, because that's really their responsibility.
Understood. My concern was because it impacts, whatever this board decides, it impacts your operation. It was not my intent for you to tell us what the judges needed or scheduling.
Okay, maybe I misinterpreted.
Impact you or not.
Right.
You can work under any of those.
Either one works well, and they do address this that, obviously if there's more judges in the future, you do need support staff. You have another clerk, there's like a ratio of extra people you need for them. We are taking overall cut in space, but with our, with the way we've modernized and gotten rid of paper, we can live with that. So, and as you know, I think we left 5,000 square foot upstairs that we turned over to the county when we took the comptroller out. So I've been trying to think down the road how we can do more with less, which we're going to have to, once we squeeze everything over here, we will have to be doing that. But whether it was the original plan without the additionals or either one of these plans, I'm very happy that the security issue and the customer service is intact, because we're expecting, about 50,000 people a year, and the main thing they come into is the clerk's office for our counter service for the different things we do.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. Anything else,
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Zimbow?
No, that's it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Herr.
Yeah, I think you bring up a valuable point, and it reminded me of a question that we had posed the last time this topic was discussed. We asked specifically for our staff to work with court administration to get the usage of the courtrooms, and so that we could better understand what is the current usage of those facilities, and did we ask for that? Could someone tell us, was that request relayed?
Yes.
And what was the response?
And they do not keep a record of the booking.
So we wanted to find out what the usage is of the courtrooms, but for some reason, the courts don't keep track of the usage of the courtrooms.
Right.
Okay.
Commissioner Herr?
Question for the clerk. So over the next, we're looking at the requested growth years showing from 1 to 15 years of 3 additional judges. In that same span of time, would you anticipate being even further out of paper? Would your space needs be decreasing? Is there a future opportunity that we don't have to expand beyond 1 at this point? Be judicious about the spending that we're doing right now in anticipation that the operations would streamline over time?
Well, I'm happy to report all the paper's gone. We're boxing up, believe it or not, the last few boxes, so we're out of the paper business. So that efficiency is incorporated in there. We have sent our call center home. There's a few more positions that potentially could go home to work, but obviously if you're there to support the judges, if you're there for the counter service, you have to be there. So I think we'll be okay with the space allotted, even though it's not growing and it's actually shrinking a bit. I think we'll be okay. But the real details these have been kind of general, blobs of space. There hasn't been a real detailed drill down as to where everything fits. That has happened in the annex, but it hasn't happened in this building yet.
Thank you. Commissioner Constantine?
Well, Mr. Clerk, I heard your answer, but I think there's a little bit more to it that I need.
Okay.
And that is, I think what the anticipation is that as things change, as we become more and more technologically advanced, that you're going to need less and less space. I think this is where Commissioner Herr was going to. I don't want to speak for her, but I'm speaking for myself, that there would be less and less need for you to have space, things going online, whatever the case, and therefore some of that in the future could be transitioned into courtrooms and courtroom space. Is that a possibility? Not saying yes or no, just is that a possibility?
I don't see it as a possibility, because that was my objection to one of the plans, was basically throwing courtrooms in the clerk's office, which destroys the functionality and the security of the counter service. Bear in mind, when I added the numbers of what the clerk previously had, what we're going to have after we move over here, it adds up to about a 25% in reduction of space. So we're going into the courthouse with a smaller footprint, and we'll make that work. The filing cabinets are gone, but protecting the counter space, serving the citizens, is to me job one of my office, and it's something that I've been planning and been working on ever since I got elected. We open civil cases at the criminal courthouse now. We do marriage license. We'll be introducing notice of commencements and other services. So it used to be that you had to go around to different offices to get things done, but the civil courthouse is pretty much full service, and so is the criminal is becoming that way. So I've been moving more and more services over there. We've moved probate over out of the civil courthouse to the Juvenile Justice Center. It's been a great partnership because that's where the judges do probate. So I don't know if that answers your question, but as far as taking space, I'd rather not have any more reduction than what we've currently had, because then it really does affect the functionality of the office.
I was not suggesting you take any reduction currently. I was simply saying we can't project the future. I'm not asking you to project the future. I was just saying, is that a potential? Can you see that down the line, as we continue to advance from a paperless, not just, I know you got rid of the paper, but I'm talking where everything is done, in many cases, going to be online directly, that there might be other space available. That's all I was just trying to.
Well, I'll put it this way. The clerk's office in 2006 had 236 employees. Today, we have about 186. I mean, we're doing more with less.
Thank you, Grant. Before we move too much further, I know we can't see the judge, so make sure there's been some comments about operation of the courtroom. Judge Rexall, do you have any comments?
Yes, I did want to respond to what Commissioner Lockhart and Commissioner Zembauer had said. First of all, the needs actually have not changed since 2019. The circumstances, there was a committee that was originally appointed, which was myself, Donna McIntosh, and Fred Schott. By, at that time, early 2019, I guess it was, or end of 2018, was Chief Judge Harris, who was the chief judge at the time. And we had always stated with the needs that we were going to need the additional courtrooms. Definitely we knew as far as one jury and one non-jury. The issue was, as far as the other jury courtroom was going to be further and possibly in the future. The circumstances as to how the needs, because it was always discussed, what are you going to need within the next 20 years? It was never asked of us to indicate specifically the projection as to 1 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years. Any of that wasn't asked at the time. Further, since that time, I've become also admin judge and then later chief judge of the circuit to understand the numbers, the usage, and everything else in regards to the circumstances. But it has always been, and that was something actually, with all due respect to Mr. Brow, he was never present at any of those meetings with CGL. So where the information came up that there was not a need or it wasn't expressed as having a need back in 2019, I do not understand. Further, in regards to the letter from Mr. Zembauer asking if there was anything else, we never received that letter. I'm not aware of that letter. I just text my court admin individual, who both myself and Ivan Yanis, who is in the audience, who is our head of court admin, have been present at every single meeting with either CGL for the needs study or with the architects. And we're not aware of that. Further, it was our understanding, as stated previously, that there was at least the one additional courtroom and then the aspect for the hearing room as well that were in the original plans that we had been under the guise until February of 2020 were going to be in the plans, and then were not present. So we did not even know that this was an issue in the master plan or voted on, because we would have brought it to the commission's attention much sooner. And when I did know, and when, again, our court admin and myself knew, and as well as the other judges, we brought it to the attention, as you well know, to where I attended the commission meeting and wrote the letter to the chairman. So it has always been since the beginning. I don't understand. None of us do understand how the other aspects of the needs came through, because it's been from that committee. That was what was expressed. And maybe I think the only explanation I can give is as to my fault, is it was always asked within 20 years, what may you need? Not, as I stated, at a time, but somehow they thought it was 20 years from now. That's the only explanation I can give, but it has always been that at least that one jury and one non-jury would be sooner. Now we've had 3 years that have passed since then. There's also been a lot of things going on since then, but we are using the courtrooms of individuals as far as remote proceedings. There's going to be procedures for remote proceedings, but they're not mandatory. Currently, if individuals have, we have in-person hearings and we have remote hearings. We use the courtrooms for the remote as well as the in-person. We've got video technology at this point that are in the courtrooms for us to be able to have those remote hearings. So it's being used as both. So the courtrooms are being used as well. So those are the only explanations I can give to respond, but it has always been that need. So how it came to what it is now, and also with all due respect to Mr. Brow, which is something I did send an email on to him last week when I did get this construction, as far as the February 4th, the February 15th, indicating that it has always been the 3 courtrooms. I don't know where he received this information, especially because the first meeting on February 4th, I don't believe he was present. It was on the second meeting on February 15th. So those are the things that I just wanted to make sure the committee was aware. It wasn't a change. There's never been a change. It's always been consistently the same. So the information that's been provided may not be as consistent, but I can tell you it's always been the same from the courts.
Thank you, Judge. So does the board need additional information? Would you like to continue this item? Would you like to make a decision?
I'm prepared to make a motion if that's what you're asking.
Commissioner, go right ahead.
I move to approve one courtroom option not to exceed a total of $8 million.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Do we have any discussion? The only question that I would have would be, first I'd like to ask staff, with the full build-out, is there any structural needs that need to be put in? Or should we be doing a shell build-out and only a shell?
If we're gonna do 3 in the future, that's what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking. If we're going to do 3 in the future, should we be, is there structural items that need to be addressed now? I'm not familiar with the plans in that great detail. I'm only seeing bubble plans right now.
My briefing was the pilings that would go in for
I understand. I'd like to ask staff.
would support
Support 3.
the further expansion to 3.
You wanna answer that?
Yeah, let's look at the presentation real quick. Let's go to the actual floor plan of level 2. So with the addition to the, if it is a one courtroom option, we will have to go on the roof, the formal roof. There will be structure that will have to go from the second floor down to the ground floor, new columns, new heavy gauge steel to support that function. So that will be put in day one. My understanding for this preliminary study is there should not be any additional structure that will have to be put in place today to allow for additional 1 or 2 rounding out to the total build-out.
That was my question.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're planning for the future. I think that we should be planning for all 3 of them today. When you talk about the magistrates, the hearing officers, the other usage, I think 3 courtrooms make sense today, and I think we should be planning for it today and not for the future. That'd be my position. Commissioner Herr?
I just need clarity around the not to exceed 8 million. So in this, is that simply a request to bring it back should we run into some
Yes.
work order change?
Absolutely. My expectation, Commissioner, on that would be, I've purposely, as you can see, bumped it above the
Yep, you did.
the median high, 5%, for understanding what's going on in the market. And it would be my anticipation, if we find something, whether it's cost of supplies or additional labor, that we should be informed before moving beyond that.
Any other comments before we call the question? Call the question. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Chairman, may it be possible for us to take
Thank you.
I was going to take a 2-minute
Your Honor.
recess, and then just so everyone knows, what I'd like to do, since item number 9 is being removed or moved to the April 26th item, I'd like to move the supervisor election up, which is item number 37, in its place, because they're here now, as well as staff, before we go into the consent agenda, if there's no objections to that.
I have no objections, except it was advertised.
I sent it.
It's okay? Good.
Okay. We'll ask the supervisor of election and our staff to move up that item, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Have the board members come back to the dais.
That's why you keep me around.
I'll make sure of that. Can I have everyone sit in their seats? That way we can continue with the agenda, please.
Yes, sir, I'm coming.
It's all right. Thank you. On the issue of time, we have an item that we have a couple of consultants here as well as Supervisor of Elections Office, and it's item number 37. I'd like to move that up to take the place of item number 9, because item number 9 will be removed and moved to April 26th. So at this time, we'll go to item number 37, which is the Supervisor of Elections Office. It's under the County Manager Report briefing. Mr. Abel, do you have any comments before we turn it over to staff?
We'll go ahead and turn it over to staff.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Judge?
Good morning. For the record, John Judge, Public Works Director, County Engineer. Previously, you asked us to go and look at the feasibility of provide a site standalone building for the supervisor of election on 5 Point. With that, I will be presenting the option and answer any question you have. Also, I have with me Nick Pro for any question. Can you go to the second? Okay. What you have is uses the location of the master plan of the 5 Point. What you see is the proposed location for the building, the SOE. What we did, we put as a stakeholder for it. Do not pay attention for we could be rotated in the future if we need to, just to make sure that that location will fit. Code number 3, please. The same showing you the building provided to us by the supervisor of election. It is about 45,000 square feet, 25,000 office, and 20,000 is a warehouse. We'll go to the number 3. Here, what we look at the current layout of the existing site of the 5 Point. Go ahead, please. And here's also the square footage showing you the 20,000 of storage and 25,000 of office space. And this the layout provided by the Supervisor of Elections Office. Go ahead. What we did, we prepared 3 procurement method. One of them design bid build, and one of them is design build, and the third one is CMAR. And show you with that slide, show you the schedule, how long it will take for each one, each method we use. And here what we did, we provide 3 options for the cost. Option 1, we took because the warehouse, the ceiling is 25 feet high. We kept the 25,000 square feet for the office, and we prepared method for 9,000 for the storage. assuming that we'll use that building as a stacking, and the cost for that method, for that option is $14.8 million. Another option to increase the storage to 11,000 with the same theory, just to be able to stack them, to use a stack in the warehouse, and the cost about a little bit over $15 million. The third option, which is provide the entire 45,000 square feet, 44,000, which is about a little bit over $17 million in cost. Also, each option we prepare is what the cost of the debt service. Option 1 under the 9,000 at $850,000 a year, but we took a credit to the lease we pay now at the airport facility, and also the additional lease he will need between now and that building, the 141,000. So the net cost will be $518,000, and if you go to option 2, will be $551,000, and you go to option 3 will be $683,000. And here what we did, we use how much will cost us for the lease. The lease, we assume that lease will go up the next 30 years, and we provide you charge. That's all the stuff here. So, any question you have?
Before we go to the board or the supervisor, I'd like to ask the public, do we have any written requests? Is there any in the public that would like to address the board on this item? Anyone in the public? I'm going to close public input. Does the supervisor of election have anything you'd like to add? Mr. Anderson?
Good morning, Commissioners, and to everyone in attendance. The one thing that I would like to add is we talk about the warehouse, to be more specific in that regard. So the warehouse, is 18,890 square feet as designed. So we have a room designed to secure our voting machines, which is about 1,500 square feet. Then we have an IT space, office space, workspace, which is about 2,000. So as you take that away, now you're at 15,331 square feet. So once you take the current square footage of our storeroom, as I refer to it today, and all at its max capacity that it is, that's about 7,500 square feet. Once you take that, that's what we will be putting into that 15,331 square feet today. Now you're at about 7,500 to 8,000 square feet of space that will be available for us today, tomorrow, and in the future. So as we talk about the different options, the 45,000 square foot building is where we make concessions because, the space study said that we should, at a 20-year bill, be 52,000. We came down to 45,000 to be more fiscally conservative as we look for a solution here. I also would say, and I indicated this to county manager yesterday in a phone call, that I think we can reduce the height of the walls. We can come down to 18 feet clearance because we need the floor space to be able to do our jobs. We're not going to be stacking DS200s. Tell you that right now. Those machines, they may look like, your what they would refer to as a large trash can, but those machines cost $6,000 a piece. If they fall, that's going to be a lot of money on the backs of the taxpayer. So we would never want to put those off the floor. Having the ability to go up is one thing, but as you think about, and I'll use the example that we've used in these discussions, being Home Depot or Lowe's, yes, they can stack, but they don't give up square footage. Those buildings are still very massive. buildings with a large square footage. And one of the reasons why, and there's multiple reasons why we need that ground space. And one of those is obviously future needs, addressing the future needs, allocation of our file boxes as we prepare for Election Day and early voting, being able to maneuver our storage equipment. Maneuverability within the warehouse is important. Also, as we deploy into precincts, you're taking all this equipment and you're putting it into 8 early voting sites and 80 election day sites. That's a large logistical operation. For lack of a better term, when it comes back to our building, and this would be the next reason why we need that ground space, it's like a bomb went off. We've got all this equipment now that we have to reallocate and put it back into its proper place. So having that ground space is very important, but I think that we can adjust the initial plan from 25-foot walls down to an 18-foot clearance. As County Manager Joe Abel mentioned, we want to be careful because there are things that need to go into the roof. Such as your air ducts and things of that nature. But 18-foot wall clearance would still give us the ability to stack, bring the overall cost down, and still give us the space to be able, the ground space that we would need. So those are all my comments, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do you have any questions for staff or the supervisor? Commissioner Lockhart?
So just to be clear, a lot of great detail there, but you still are requesting 45,000 square feet total building area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
And that 45,000 is a 10-year build according to the space study.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zimbauer?
This is for staff. In the presentation, page 8,
Okay.
and page 6. I'm sorry, not 6. Your delivery methods, which are on page...
Yes, page 6.
Procurement.
6, that's right. So my question is, you've given 3 delivery methods here. Design, bid, build, and CMAR with those timelines, and I follow that. But on page 10, you've got a P3. And my question is...
Page 10, it is really all what we did. We took the proposal, the cost of a proposal from a private company, gave it to the supervisor of election. And what we did, we took was the payment, the annual payment will be. And we said, what would look if it is a lease, what the payment will look like the next 30 years based on 3% increase per year for the lease. So you can compare it, what will be if you build it and what the cost for the bond will be, the annual will be fixed. Last to show you that comparison. It is not another alternative.
So my question there is, and I'm going back to a document that was given to, I think, all of us from the supervisor of elections some time ago, which I think you've referenced here, partnership with Seminole Acquisitions Group, LLC. And that was a 45,000 square foot build to suit for $780,000 a year. My math at a 10-year, that's $7.8 million.
No,
follow me, at 10 years. So my question is, what I think I'm hearing you saying is, you took the original proposal from the supervisor for a P3, which stopped at 10 years, and you extrapolated that out with a 3% COLA for another 20 years.
Yes.
Okay.
And exactly, that's what, as information for you, not...
Understood. Understood.
Yes.
So my question is, first, we don't know whether the P3 number is actually supportable that the supervisor gave us back some time ago.
Right.
And these are just a lot of assumptions.
Right. Just we giving it to you as an, if you look at the point as information.
Because one of the concerns I had with that is we weren't even given a P3 option. And of course, my fellow commissioners, probably tired of me beating a dead horse, which is the private sector can certainly put this together a lot quicker and cheaper, and we own the dirt under this proposal. And under the P3 proposal from Mr. Anderson, we don't own the dirt. So P3 certainly can be structured over a period of time with a buyout of the infrastructure, and the benefit is, for whatever that term is, the P3 we put together, where it's 10, 20, or 30, we pick up the phone and go, the light bulb's burned out, the air conditioning's broke, et cetera, come fix it. We don't have the upkeep, and we have a buyout at the end of the term. But we haven't done that kind of
No, we have
work.
not considered that.
Just wanted to make sure.
Right, no, we
Okay.
have not.
Thank you, that's all I have on that.
Commissioner Herr?
So, in essence, though, I just want to clarify. I concur with the notion that private sector might be able to do this quicker, and Quick, originally in the request, Quick was a significant portion of the program, and this does not deliver by the election cycle that it was requested for. But if we're going to do it well and right and only once, that's the cycle that's needed. But you still end up in the scenario that you just described, paying rent for 10 years and then possibly buying out, or paying rent for 20 years and then possibly buying out. And the piece where I get hung up, two areas. The first area is, we're in a building that's 20 years old right now, and we're saying it's just absolutely not useful at all. And so I'm not sure why I would want to buy something 20 years from now. And then the second piece that I get hung up on is the space study, the origination of the space study, and whether or not that was truly a space study, or, as the architect calls it, a needs assessment. I think those are two different things. This was based on gathering information internally only, not external to any other supervisor of elections office. And I think we have a gap in information in terms of what the best practices are that are out there that could lend to a better outcome for us. I like the idea that it's at 5 points. I like the idea that it's on our ground. I personally think we have more work to do.
Okay, any other comments? Direction from the board if there's no other comments.
Well, let's explore that, yeah, if you don't mind.
No.
So, and forgive me, I don't remember all the time exactly when our different discussions were held, but I remember that we've had them. At the meeting where Mr. Anderson came and presented to us last, and he had there was a smorgasbord of options of things that he presented to us. The board gave direction to staff to come back with a plan that would not include a P3. I remember there was specific direction, and I think Mr. Anderson was even, I think it might have been Commissioner Constantine. Mr. Anderson, we're not doing a P3. That's not on the table. So that direction and that vote has already been had. Is my recollection correct, or am I misremembering?
I believe your recollection is correct. What the board asked, as I remember, is that you wanted us to see if we could place the supervisor of elections building at 5 points, and what that time frame would look like, and an estimated cost of what that would look like, I believe were the things that you asked for, and that's what we were trying to deliver today.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so if the more work to do is it to lessen the footprint? Is it to go back? Because I'm okay with taking more time to do it right if we think we need more time. But I want to be able to have our team and especially Mr. Anderson know specifically what we need to have come back. So and for,
Commissioner Herr?
I think that's a really fair request. I asked for a year ago. I've asked for in our last meeting. I followed up on as recently as last week. I did ask to see what the other footprints look like in the 67 counties with whatever background information that might be guided. I do know that they have undertaken, or I've been told that they've undertaken a survey and that there are 27 responses back. What was shared originally, at least with me, I have no idea with you all, was 5 specific operations and how we related to 5 specific operations. That's less than 10% of the operations that are out there, and so I want to see more. And so I would like to see that request. I think the notion that we have it in the right place, we have it on county property, there are questions in my mind of what can be shared and what can't be shared. I completely understand the notion around security and the need for security. Training facilities are something that I don't think need to be in secure space. There's possibility that that could be shared elsewhere. All of those discussions need to take place, which may be follow-up to the general notion that this is the place to do it, now let's bring it back with additional information, and this is what we need to refine to.
Well, Commissioners, I can tell you that in my experience with supervisor of elections offices in other counties, it is based on population growth. So you have to look at counties that are comparable size and have comparable growth patterns to this county. I will look at Lake County, for instance. They are large buildings. There is a need out there. There are some hurdles that the supervisor election has to work around. That's not just election day, but that is preparing for election day, and that is months in advance. The storage requirement and the retainage of records keeps on going up from the state, so they're going to need more and more space. And I think that what this supervisor election did with the architect, I believe it's Shinklin Schultz, they've done quite a bit of work. I believe they've given us a lot of information that we could make decisions from, but I'll leave it up to the board. Commissioner Zimbauer.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree or completely agree with everything that's been said. They're all good points, but I would just remind, if you look at the numbers, you're talking about a $3 million spread between the smallest presentation and the largest presentation. I have had the opportunity to go look at the Orange County, the Lake County, the Volusia County, and I will tell you they're much larger than what our current supervisor has.
Exactly.
I've talked to legislatures. Who knows what is going to change in the future, if anything, with retention of documents and so forth. I think we all have a sensitivity in understanding that politics have been very divisive over the past couple of cycles, and everybody's got an opinion to why. I think we owe it to our citizens to ensure that we have put them in the best position, and our supervisor in the best position, and this county in the best position, to make sure that we have adequate equipment, adequate space, in a position that any of those allegations that we all continue to see that are made by both sides of the aisle are stamped down, put out as much as we possibly can. And one of those is ensuring the supervisor of elections has the adequate infrastructure, has the adequate capabilities to pull off an election, adequate place to store everything, so we don't have these allegations of, well, we know that you're storing things here and over there. How do we know that something wasn't tampered with? We know you got sign-offs. We know you got cameras. All I'm saying is, all this discussion has been very good discussion. We've had this discussion for quite some time. At the end of the day, to me, it's a $3 million spread. And whether that is a discussion between a 9K storage or, you know, the larger 19K storage, whether it's 18-foot or 25-foot, I think can be worked out, you know, by the contractors, the architects, and so forth at the end of the day. And of course, there is the argument. We've heard what the supervisor has had to say about footprint 1825. However, if you're building a 1,000 square foot home, but if you go 25 feet up, you do have more square footage, airspace albeit, that you can stack documents and so forth. I agree, stacking DS-200s or whatever y'all call them is not probably the best thing we want to do for our voters, but we want to make it user-friendly, efficient to pull off our elections. And I would just say to my fellow commissioners, this has been on the radar for quite some time. We've been talking about it. Whether we do a CMAR, P3, design build, I think kicking this can down the road much further puts us in a position of just going to another cycle and another cycle, for my 2 cents. I'm ready to move forward with approval of.
Can you just wait 1 minute? I believe Commissioner Constantine would like to say something. Commissioner Constantine?
Well, what I'm hearing from all of us, I think, is that we have the right location now, which is what my biggest concern was when we were looking at this, that this become as effective in allowing the majority of the citizens easy access. And then and there's been discussion about adequate storage and training facilities. I think that we're moving down the right direction when it comes to, we can't promise when it's going to be built. We want to be built. We want it to be done right, and we want to, as Commissioner Zimbauer just said, we don't want to kick this can down the road. So the only other thing I would just ask, as you're working together to put this, is that we do have the adequate space that's necessary for the storage that has to be protected. If there is storage that does not have to be in a secured facility, quite frankly, there's a lot of storage at 5 Points right now that could potentially be used. I don't know if that works in the system, but it could be used, and at least we should investigate that. The second thing is if it's possible that we could have training facilities within the 5 Points area, not necessarily in your building per se. I think that that's something else we should look at. These are not to be, critical at all. This is just to look efficiently and effectively at what we're doing. And that's the only two things I would like us to look at, but I want this to be moved forward. So number one, the storage that needs to be secured, we've got to secure it. We've got to do it, whatever that is. If there's storage that doesn't necessarily need to be secured, we should investigate that. And then, of course, the training, and if it could be shared training. With that, I'm ready to move down the road, if we at least look into those two things.
Commissioner Herr?
So I want to be very clear that my interest is in having a secure, safe, repercussionless election to the degree that that's possible in today's environment. And I want to make sure that the space that you have is not only adequate now, but adequate in the future. I agree with what was just said, and I agree with the notion that there's only a $3 million spread. That all presumes the starting point is the right starting point. And so if you all would be willing to indulge that we want that additional information just as a validation that we are doing right by the taxpayers in this county, I would be willing to move forward as well. But we need that information in order to justify the starting point of this.
Commissioner Zimbauer, then I'd like to go to
Question to Commissioner Herr. So that we're clear and I understand, are you asking us to commission another study?
No, I'm not. I believe the work is, I've been told that the work is already underway at the Supervisor of Elections office. I've asked for the square footage of storage, the square footage of office space, the number of employees, and the population for more than just the 5 counties. I do appreciate that you went on a tour and they all have more space than we have now. What I don't know is whether or not they have more, what that starting point is compared to this new build. Now is not the starting point. Now is already, we know that's not right.
Sure.
And then the last piece I'll throw in there, and no one seems to be discussing this, is we do want a safe and secure election in the next 2 cycles, and this doesn't address that, so we need a short-term plan as well.
Okay, before we move on, Supervisor-elect Anderson, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify some things in regards to the discussion. As I presented last month in the presentation, this discussion started in October of 2020. As we talk about needing more and more information, I took it upon myself to do a survey myself. That was never asked by anyone. I did the survey based on what was comparable to our office. Providing information about Hillsborough, Palm Beach, Broward, or Dade County is absolutely superfluous. And I'm not in the interest of wasting my team's time or because we have to prepare for elections. This is an election season. So that's where the idea of a survey came from in the first place. Now, we're more than happy to provide the information about all 67 counties. Now, to compare there isn't an apples to apples comparison. Every county has its different struggles. For instance, Lake County has more precincts than us, but they have less voters. It's because they're square miles. They're a bigger county. So they're going to naturally have more precincts than a county that is 345 square miles. So you have to take those things into account as you look at the different information that we provided. We sent over to your office, Commissioner Herb, the respondents thus far, and we will continue to send those over as they come in. Election officers are busy, as you would know, with redistricting and re-precincting as we talk here today. We're going to be increasing our precincts here in Seminole County. As it stands right now, our inability to actually order the proper amount of machines is affected by our storage capabilities. So you're in a critical moment right now where I would urge the board to make a decision now. I think you have the adequate information. You've used the architecture firm in which we used for multiple projects with the county, including your fire stations. The goal that I had in place when I went out to these vendors was to use vendors that were trusted vendors with the county that have done work in the past. You've used their information and you trust their information. The space study, it's referred to as a space study or needs assessment. Those are just, they mean the same thing, they're just different terms as they use them in their field. I was given that advice from Polk County. I will tell you that there are counties that are surrounding us right now that have addressed their needs in the past 5 to 10 years. And because it was a short-sighted decision in addressing those needs, now those counties are now back to square one and needing more space. Lake County happens to be one of them. It's expensive to be cheap. So we need to be very careful about, and to come back off the words from Commissioner Delary in discussion with the courthouse, we have to look at the future. We made certain concessions to be more fiscally responsible as we look at the cost of it, but it is a cost that we're going to need to incur in order to make sure our elections are safe. Now, the training, it is unacceptable to transport voting equipment through training sites. You put them up for damage. We can't leave them anywhere. So to bring them back and forth is extremely labor intensive. We went through that last year, and I made the decision to take the training off site because we were doing training during early voting, which is something that I believe we need to focus on voting when voting's happening and training when training is happening, and not doing two things at once. With a staff of 17 individuals at this point, it's very hard to spread those responsibilities over those individuals. We look at increasing our staff, but I can't increase the staff because I don't have the office space to do that. Since I've been in office, since 2019, I've not seen a legislative bill that has required the elections office to do less. As a matter of fact, Senate Bill 524 is requiring us to do list maintenance activities in even years. That is an intense, a massive amount of work over now 335,071 people. Just in 2 months, we've added 2,840 voters to the roll. The average is 1,000. This county is growing very fast. The idea that more information is needed, I don't know what more information you would need to make a decision other than you've come to our office, you see that we're at max capacity, and we've looked at alternative spaces with the county manager, and one of the things that we said is right now we couldn't even move if we wanted to, number one. Number two, we couldn't use that space the way it would need to be utilized. So that wouldn't be a very fiscally responsible decision to take on a new lease of about 9,000 square feet, which would cost about $140,000 a year when it's not being used. We already made concessions to have our training off-site. We did that last year because we knew that would be a central issue. The school board has stepped up to help us with that, and we're prepared to address that. However, we need to have all of our operations in one building for the security of the elections today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Commissioner Herr?
I just want to put it on the record that on Friday, I believe we spoke on the phone, and you said that you had the survey back from 27 of the 67 counties and that it would be shared. I have checked my email. I have checked Diana's email, my assistant. She has checked both emails, and we don't have it. So I would love to have it.
Okay, we'll get it to you.
Commissioner Constantine?
And Supervisor Anderson, I'm not looking for another study. I'm not looking for another survey. I'm not looking for another plan. I'm simply saying, as we're putting this together, and we're working on it, we've got a time frame. We've got plenty of time to look into two things. Okay, number one, is there storage that you do not have to secure that could be placed in 5 Points, which is not 10 miles, 5 miles, 3 miles, a mile away? It's right there. And number two, is there other areas within 5 Points that you would feel comfortable in training facilities so that we don't have to add that space necessarily, or a large space necessarily that won't be used all the time? That's all I'm asking. So I don't think that's too much to ask. It's not going to take any time off of this. It's not going to take a large staff discussion. It's going to take just looking around 5 Points with our staff to see if we can co-join some space and maybe save the taxpayers a little money. Other than that, I'm ready to go forward.
Commissioner Zimbo?
To Commissioner Constantine's point, I think our timeline starts 1st of April. So when would be your expectation?
This isn't going to take a long time, sir.
No, I understand, but it's still got to come back to us.
I don't think it would take more than the next meeting, quite frankly.
Okay. And as far as these other counties, how deep of a dive is the expectation of other similar counties, 67 counties? Because here's what I see happening with that. If we see a study, a ranking of what other counties currently have, then that assumes that's fitting their needs as it sits today, which would then require us, if we're really going to do our due diligence, reach out to those counties and say, hey, you've got 25,000 square foot today. Are you all looking at, or do you have an additional need? Where do you think you're going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? Or are you in a situation where you need something now? That would be my concern on how long that process takes. I'm not comfortable just making a decision on this is what a county has now without asking the follow-up of, is that suiting your needs? Are there any challenges? And what are your expectations or plans, for the next 5, 10, 20 years?
Commissioner Herr?
So that was all discussed as well, in the sense that whatever additional information that was being gleaned at the time the survey was started, as Supervisor Anderson indicated at his behest over a year ago, so I would imagine there are a lot of data elements that could be included in it. But it is incumbent upon me to at least get what is in our hands today, and we don't have it. And so while I realize that there are a lot of things that will need to be considered in addition to the data that we have, it is just not tolerable from my perspective that there's a data element that we don't have. And that just causes me to pause and say, please share the information. It's been shared on 5 counties. It's not been shared on the other 22 that are in the possession of the supervisor today. I would like to see the information. Don't need to hold it up, but we certainly should be using it as the backdrop. We know this drawing's going to go through several more iterations, and that will be important at that point in time. We didn't even start to talk about the fact that the staffing levels in here are exceptionally different than the staffing levels that are currently in place. There are a lot of dialogues that will take place as this timeline continues. We need to start gathering the data now.
Commissioner Lockhart?
I have no problem with waiting until our next board meeting to provide time to bring back the additional information. I think this board collectively and individually is predisposed to asking for a lot of information to make decisions. That's not unique for this board to be making those requests. I think the HR department is feverishly working on 32 right now. So I think it's okay for us to take a deep breath and wait until the next meeting to get the little bit of additional information that's being requested so that everybody can be comfortable with the decision that's made.
Commissioner Zimbo?
So I'm prepared to make a motion that we table this until the next meeting, and by the next meeting, bring this back before us with the information and a commitment that I will be prepared to make a final decision at that meeting.
Are you committing for yourself?
Yes.
Before we have a second, Commissioner, Mr. Abel, would you comment on the date?
I would prefer, and I think it's more realistic, to probably ask for the first meeting in May, because the next meeting is only a couple weeks away. And what I'm hearing in the request for additional information, I would feel more comfortable with the first meeting in May.
That's fine.
Then I will change my motion to the first meeting in May, if that's what staff needs and the supervisor can assist with gathering that information.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
Before we have the second, can you clarify, Commissioner Zimbo, what additional information we're looking for, instead of just saying everything you've heard here?
Well, it sounds like we want to see the other 27,
That
already
I-
has.
22 studies,
It would be all 27 in one document.
and I would like to see what their take is on future expansion versus current conditions, what their plans are, whether they're in an RFP right now or whether they are even salivating over doing anything with their supervisor elections.
I believe I just want to talk about your motion. Anything else?
And our staff looking in with them.
Correct.
Looking into the possibility of non-secured storage potentially being on 5, could be around 5 points, as well as the training facility.
If there is something.
If there is something,
Yeah.
there may not be.
Right.
Okay, I just want to we're focusing on the motion only. Is that it?
That's, I wanted that.
That was part of the
Is there a
motion.
second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion to the motion? I believe there's the applicant or an officer of the supervisor election has a question.
And you can't speak if you don't have a blue fingernail, by the way. Dang.
It's my toenail.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you.
Can you just give us your name, please?
Philip Capro, General Counsel for the Supervisor of Elections. We would certainly respect getting the additional information that's been requested, but we would urge you all not to delay this further. In other words, going into May puts us 1 month. It may only seem like a month from here, but it's also 1 month closer to qualifying. It's 1 month closer that all of our staff is going to be additionally burdened. We would, obviously, I would recommend that you all would consider moving forward with the condition that the information be provided before the next steps. And that way you don't have to hold things up at this time.
Any questions for Mr. Capro? Commissioner Lockhart?
So I just want to clarify, you're asking that you provide the information to us sooner than May 1st so that we have ample time to review it, so that at our May 1st meeting, we're able to, we already have everything. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to.
No, I was suggesting to you that you all have all seemed to, what I basically heard was, with the exception of those 2 little pieces of information, you all are prepared and more or less comfortable with the idea of moving in a direction. My suggestion to you, my recommendation to you is that we move forward in that direction, but as a condition of that, you have us provide certain information to you, that information to you within 20 days, 30 days.
Is that clear, Commissioner Lockhart? One of the reasons why I've not spoken to Mr. Capro, but there's going to have to be purchasing issues, all that can be worked out now, except for the square footage. And I think that's what, and I'm not trying to speak for Mr. Capro, but I believe that's what he's talking about.
I'm saying that the sooner we can start the next steps, the better off we are. That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Commissioner Zimboud and Commissioner Herr.
I think what I'm hearing is contingent on supply of the data, number one. So then I would just ask my fellow commissioners, contingent on the data being supplied, would assume that the data supplied is agreeable to all of us.
Yeah.
Before we move on to Commissioner Herr.
And I would only ask the county attorney's input on how contingent could be, or is that even plausible?
Actually, I was going to ask, I think in order for whatever motion you're going to consider and adopt based on what you heard today, I think it's important for all of you to understand what are the next steps that have to occur over the next couple of weeks that would result in making a decision today without the information you're requesting. So, if I make, another way to say it is, I don't know how you can make the motion contingent upon.
Right, that was my question.
Right. I think you either need to know what the next steps are that's going to occur. Phil is actually saying that there's important steps that have to occur between now and the first meeting in May. I think for the record, one, you need to know what those steps are, and two, again, if you're going to require more information, it really clouds any motion that you make other than just tabling it.
So let me ask this question of my fellow commissioners that may help us all get there. Do all of us agree that there's more space needed at the supervisor, or we don't agree?
I, for one, agree.
I agree. I agree.
And I have no issue.
So it sounds like what I'm hearing is if most or all of us agree that more space is needed, then I guess the next question is, the data that we're looking for is to vet out which of these three is the most viable. Is that a fair analogy based on, is there, on Commissioner Constantine's concern, is there additional space outside of this that could be utilized as dual use versus what other counties are doing and what we may think the trend is in the other counties?
Commissioners, I can tell you that in looking at the data that we have, I believe there's enough information to move forward. That's just my opinion.
I'm just trying to help.
I think the question's being directed at me, and I am raising my hand.
Commissioner Herr?
I have asked to see what best practices are. I believe the Supervisor of Elections has an association, just like all of the rest of us have associations. I've asked to see what the other counties are. I've asked to understand the basis for the needs assessment and what other information was gathered outside of a once assessment, which I don't doubt is a needs assessment, but it is a echo chamber needs assessment. And I believe the taxpayers have empowered us to make sure that we're making fiscally sound decisions that will secure the election. And I just want to see the broader information that I know is in the possession of the organization and not being shared. That's what I want to see. And so will there be questions from that once it comes out? Potentially, because I think the Supervisor of Election brought up very great points, that if somebody recently renovated, that's a different look than somebody who's got a 30-year-old building. I get that. Those are all data elements that I'd be happy to look at.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Constantine.
With all due respect, I understand that, they would love to see an answer today, but I don't think that there isn't some process that we can't catch up in a month that's going to make a huge difference. Like Commissioner Herr has said, we need to make the right decisions now and then move forward at all due speed. I have no problem in saying that I agree that we need more space. The question is, how much more space and where that space can be utilized the best, and therefore, I'm going to call the question on the motion.
May
I
have-
called the question on the motion.
Okay, there's a question to the motion, which is non-discussion. There's no discussion to it. All in favor of just calling the question? That's what we're just calling the question. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose like sign?
Aye.
Passes 4-1. Now we have a motion on the table. Okay. Now I'll call the question to the motion. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
The motion was to table?
Yeah.
What was the motion?
What
Repeat the
Commissioner
motion,
Zimbauer's
please.
motion?
Well, it's, I guess, bring it back in May, but I had one more question.
You just cut it
I'm
off?
sorry, Commissioner. That's-
All in favor of the motion to bring it back till May, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose like sign? Aye. Motion passes 4-1.
Now may I ask a question of our staff for the
Sure,
betterment?
go right ahead.
This is going to be procurement?
So it passes 4-1, just to let you know. To bring it back.
Somebody from procurement, I don't see anybody from procurement.
Diane.
There she is. Okay. Diane, the question is, we see this procurement timeline, which is April through the end of the year. Hello there.
Hi,
If you could just give us your name.
Diane Reed, Interim Procurement Manager.
So my question is, it looks like we have a 10-month procurement period in this outline. This certainly could be cut in half, could it not?
Based on which method were you looking at?
Well, it looks like they're all started in April and ended in December. I'm just talking about the procurement aspect of it, not the design building or the CMR at risk. The first, where it says procurement, on the design bid, and CMAR, all start in April, wrapping up by December. I mean,
All three
can
me-
that be done quicker?
All three methods are going to pull in the statute for CCNA.
Right.
So the best that we can look at for that would be 6 to 7 months.
Okay,
So it could be cut a little bit,
okay,
but not that much, not in half.
okay. So shouldn't take 10 months. What I'm trying to get at, if we get back here in May, we may be able to pull this off in less than 10 months.
I hope so.
At any point, you should be able to.
Just a
yes,
procurement
At
portion.
any point, you should be able to do a little less than that.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Just to try to give everybody a sense of, it's maybe not as long as we anticipated.
All right, since we've gone over quite a bit, I'd like to go to recess. Before we go to recess, instead of come back at 1:30, I'd like to come back at 2:15. That way I have ample time to have lunch.
Mr. Chairman, I respect what you're trying to do for our needs, but I see citizens that have been waiting for the last one. And hopefully, and I just would rather just get this over with in the next few minutes.
We will not be taking lunch then, if we're going to do that.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little time.
I'm just trying to help everybody out, because I can see the consent agenda, and there's some items on the consent agenda, it's going to take some time. Not just the consent agenda, I'm talking about the regular scheduled agenda item.
Well, then can we just do the Wekiva Island special?
You want to move it up?
If that would be all right with you, sir?
Sure. You want to do, is that what the board wishes want to do?
I'm okay with the district commissioner's request.
Okay, we'll move up to the next item on the agenda, which would be the Wekiva Island. Item number 36. This time we'll hear from staff. Present. This will take at least an hour.
Hello.
12:43. Got it?
I have snacks. You want me to pass some snacks down the dais?
I have chocolate.
Yep, I'm good. Let's go down to number 36. The staff present.
DoorDash.
Hello, Commissioners. Mary Robinson with Development Services. Item 36 on your agenda is a request for a special event permit for the Wekiva Island Winter Wonderland located at 1014 Miami Springs Drive. The event is scheduled for Sunday, December 3rd through December 31st of 2022. The event permit is requesting a variety of entertainment, which is listed in attachment 2 of your agenda item. The applicant has requested extended hours from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursdays, which is 2 additional hours than what's permitted by the development order. The applicant is also requesting 500 guests daily. Staff is recommending 450 guests, which is consistent with the BCC approvals for the Paint Out and the Fall Fest. The applicant has also requested approval of amplified sound for December 4th, 11th, and 18th in association with outdoor movies. In the permit, it states that the sound should not exceed 50 dBA or 60 dBc as measured from the common area of the Sweetwater Springs subdivision. And this location is referenced in the final report of the community sound test results analysis of March 2022. The special event permit in your agenda includes findings and conditions of approval. Staff is recommending the Board of County Commissioners approve the special event permit for the Wekiva Island Winter Wonderland special event. That concludes my presentation.
At this time, we have from the applicant. Is the applicant present?
Representative for the applicant is present.
Whoever the applicant is, they'll introduce themselves. Please give us your name and address for the record.
Michael Towers, 7951 Via Bonita, Sanford, Florida, 32771. Everything that the staff member presented is completely accurate. The movies that was referenced in it are permitted by the development order. They are in the exact locations where they're supposed to be, and they are, sound is oriented away from the Sweetwater Springs subdivisions. It's the same movies we have presented for the last 4 or 5 years. They've not been any changes. We have asked for 500, and this particular event is different than other events. This particular event is a family-oriented, mostly children event. In Seminole County, Bureau of Census says we mostly have families that are consisting of 3 people, 2 adults, 1 child. So if we look at it from the perspective of staff's recommendation of 450, we will have more adults at this event than we will have children at this event, which kind of contradicts the whole purpose for the event. So what we're recommending is basically, we've not really had any kind of a parking problem, we've not had traffic problems, we're not really looking to monitor attendance at this event, because most of the attendance that's going to be there is going to be kids. This isn't really an adult event. So we're looking at basically monitoring parking. So if people show up at the event, they're going to park. If they have 2, 3 kids, this is basically a children's event. The only time we're really going to be looking at any kind of a problem or an issue with respects to the number of people on the island is going to be the 17th, which is going to be the VIP party. So we're only really looking at attendance as one particular time. Commissioner Constantine and I and Mr. Stamer from the representative of the Homeowners Association will be up here and speaking a bit. We're possibly looking at capping adults at 300 or 325 and then making children unlimited, which is a better step in the right direction, but we're kind of, again, looking at it we don't want to make this more of a toyless event when we're just simply talking about kids. This isn't an adult event, this is a kids event. So if both parents want to come with their kids, then so be it. We're kind of looking at it. It's never really been a problem. We now know with the sound study, we don't have a noise issue. So to kind of go from a more global perspective, the loudest event Wekiva Island has just happened last month. The sound study's proven we are below not only the noise ordinance for Seminole County, we're below our own self-imposed noise ordinance. We had a percussion band, amplified sound, and still was not past any of the sound problems. This event certainly is not going to be that. So noise is off the table. We don't have traffic problems. That's really off the table. When you look at someone coming forward with a special event permit, as the county attorney has said in the past, things that are off the table is basically attendance, number of days, and sound. We don't have a sound issue. We're asking for more attendance, and we're asking for hours. Now, We just had a discussion. Mr. Stamer has a concern with respects to weekdays and the amount of noise. I did have a conversation with him, and I had an agreement, which I've then checked with Bill and Mary Sue Weinog, and they have a little bit of a concern. So I had staff check cameras. Their concern is motorcycles during the week, school nights. His concern is, we're supposed to be open until 7, we want until 9. Problem is, parents get off work at 5 o'clock, they get home 5:30, 5:45, get the kids together, show up at the island. If we close at 7 o'clock, that's not a very large event for kids. You're not going to get Christmas decorating, you're not going to get the Grinch, you're not going to get Whoville, you're not going to get anything. So we've been open at 9 o'clock for this event for years. It's not really ever been an issue. His concern was motorcycles. I said, well, you know what, if we look at it, we ban motorcycles, maybe that's not too much of a problem. I don't have a problem with not wanting to see a dad show up with his kid on the back of a motorcycle. So I went to staff and I've asked, has that ever really been an issue? And it has not been. So I went back and says, well, let's look at the paint out. Paint out we looked at and found out how many motorcycles have been at the paint out after dark. And from what they've been able to check so far, we had 4 motorcycles one particular night. One of them was a Harley, one of them was a BMW, the other 2 were crotch rockets. So the only noisy bike that was going to be leaving there at the biggest, loudest event that they have was going to be one Harley Davidson. So I really don't think having any kind of a concern in that regard is something we should even be looking at addressing. So the only thing really we're looking at right now, and when you look at special events, it's, of course, life safety issues, which we always comply with, traffic, which we really don't have a problem with, and it's really attendance. And we really can't be looking at it where you have more adults than you do have kids at a kids event. So we're looking at it, I think the simplest thing in the world, since we don't have traffic problems, is when the parking lot's full, the parking lot's full. I don't think we're ever going to get to that. But this is simply a children's event. And I know we keep harping on the fact, I've seen you guys approve special event permits before. We don't spend a lot of time on how many people how many people are in attendance at these events. I don't think anyone's ever looked at the Harley event before or anything else. This is a children's event. It's never been an issue. We've had issues in the past before the development order when they had the boat parade. This isn't that. This is simply a very quiet children's event. And I think we just need to look at it from that perspective. So I'll be here for any other questions going forward. I think Mr. Stamer's going to get up here and have some issues or things that he wants to discuss as well. We are willing to do whatever we can do to work with the homeowners going forward. So.
Thank you, Ms. Towers. Before we go to the board, we'll go to the public. Shane, do we have any written requests?
Yes, we do.
Who do we have?
Jeff Stamer first.
Mr. Stamer? When you come to the podium, please give us your name and address for the record. You'll be given 3 minutes unless you represent an HOA.
And if there's others, if we could have them staged, would be great, in the interest of our time.
I have 2 more speaker forms, one of which was Mr. Towers, and then I have a Peggy Muschel.
Okay. I believe we'll have proper time to get those 2 up there.
All right, so 6 minutes is the representative of the HOA?
You're a representative of an HOA?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us which one?
My name is Jeff Stamer. I live at 3669 Watercrest Drive, Longwood. That's the Sweetwater Springs neighborhood, and I'm currently the president of the HOA.
Thank you. You'll be given 6 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to start off a little different by saying thank you to you folks, because, we've been coming, those of us who live near Wekiva Island, complaining about their special events for years. And more than in particular has been the fact that they can play the music as loud as they want, and there's been no way the sheriff's department could get them to turn it down. But I'm here to say thank you, because you've obviously listened to us, because you commissioned this report that they just referred to. And, this is a very professional, long report. I ran out of computer paper trying to print the whole thing off this morning. It could not have been cheap. So you made a significant financial investment in our neighborhood, and we certainly do appreciate it. The great thing about this report, as Mr. Towers mentioned, they had a very successful spring event. They had amplified sound, and it never got so loud to be annoying to us, and that's great. It proves it can be done. So going forward, the question is, how do we replicate this so it's no longer the issue that you've heard about? And fortunately, this report gives you that answer. On the first page, the executive summary, the consultant says that we found an acceptable upper limit for 1 minute sound levels to be less than or equal to 50 decibels with the weighted A system or 60 in the weighted C system when measured at the Sweetwater Park. The great thing about that, it's specific and it's measurable, and it's exactly what the Seminole County Sheriff's Department has asked for. They could enforce that number. Now, keep in mind, that number was louder than anything they played at this last event. So if you put those exact numbers in the special event application and the events in the future, they could play their music every bit as loud as they did this last event. But if they did crank it up louder, the Seminole County Sheriff's Department would be able to go in and say, okay, you're over this specific number and it's in the special event, you have to turn the music down. So we think it's a win-win. They get to have their music in the special event, we get to enjoy our lives. So we would ask that you put that specific language into the special event so the Seminole County Sheriff's Department could get them to turn it down. The other two issues, they are asking for an extension of hours on school nights. Every single school night in the month of December, 10% of the school year. The reason that they're restricted to 7 o'clock during the school year is exactly because of that. The noise that's made at that island, which backs right up against our residential neighborhood. Amplified sound or not, 400 people on that little property, partying down in an outdoor bar, it makes a lot of noise. And that's why it's put in there for 7 o'clock, the kids get to go to bed. The mothers in our neighborhood, one of them took me aside and used some pretty colorful language, and I'll rephrase it, but she says, do they realize what it's like trying to get a kid to go to bed in the month of December when they're thinking about Santa Claus and presents? It's a tough thing. And now on top of that, they're going to be open for 2 more hours with that type of noise? Why should my children's education have to suffer? And it's a valid point. Plus, it's not like they're not already getting their fair share of special events. This is for 29 days. It's not a weekend. It's the entire month of December. In fact, as one of our residents went back and looked, all the special event days in Seminole County for the past 3 years, Wekiva Island accounts for 60% of them, this one bar. So they're getting their fair share of events. There's no reason to allow them to have extra hours on school nights for the entire month of December as well. Finally, the occupancy. They're asking for a 25% increase to 500. Just a few years ago, they were granted a 50% increase. Now, prior to 2019, they were allowed only 260 customers. Now they get 395 every day of the year. So on the top of that 50%, now they want another 25. And I'd mentioned, they're on the banks of a wild and scenic, nationally recognized river. It's a sensitive piece of property. It's not a bar in 436 in an industrial park. They back up to a residential neighborhood. And they're in the Wekiva River Protection Area Zone, which was passed before they bought the bar, which specifically says that businesses along the river cannot expand. And clearly, when you put 25% more people in the month of December, that's an expansion. So, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize if I come across as strident. This is as emotional issue as you'll find for those of us who live down there, so I hope you cut me a little bit of understanding there. But I certainly do appreciate your time and your attention today. Thank you.
Who do we have next, Shani?
Peggy is next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nice to see you. My name is Peggy Musial. I live at 964 Bearded Oaks Terrace in Longwood. This is in the Sweetwater Springs community, which means I do back up to Wekiva Island. I've been a homeowner in this quiet community for 23 years, and I've been a tax-paying homeowner in Seminole County for 35 years. I've had 4 opportunities to come before you, and each of them has been because of Wekiva Island. That's just for reference. I'm here today to offer comments about the special event permit request for Wekiva Island's Winter Wonderland 2022. I also am here as an environmental advocate for the Wekiva River. I am a concerned county resident, and I'm also someone who lives along the perimeter of Wekiva Island. One of the reasons I live in this particular area is because members of this commission were instrumental in passing the Wekiva River Protection Act. And that, to me, that's one of the hugest things you all have done in the last 35, 40 years to protect our natural environment. As stewards of our county's future, I urge you all to keep that vision in mind today when you're considering the special event permit request. Let's do what's necessary to keep the Wekiva River an outstanding Florida waters, which is how we advertise ourselves, and a national wild and scenic river. The environmental impact written into the Wekiva Island special permit is obvious as well. More people, more vehicles, more noise, more night lights, and later hours equal more pollution, more disruptions that particularly adversely affect the wildlife in this protected area. Nobody's thinking about the owls, but why not? As a county resident, I'm also concerned because of the party and alcohol-fueled atmosphere that has basically become synonymous with many of Wekiva Island's events. There, I said it, and I believe it. More people drinking for longer hours equals more of a likelihood for raucous behavior and impaired driving. We've experienced that many times. As a homeowner who lives next to this venue, personally, I don't like the increased road traffic. I get the noise from Wekiva Island, and I get the noise from the traffic going up the hill. So I'm kind of in a spot where weekends in particular, basically until 10:30, I hear what's going on. I would like to ask for these details for you to consider today with this special permit. I respectfully request that Wekiva Island should not be allowed to have these special events with more than 395 occupants, as it had been specified in the development order. I also request that they should not be allowed to be open later than 7 p.m. on school nights. I'd also like to specifically ask that you sharply reduce the number of days for this winter wonderland because of its impact of both our neighborhood, the residential area that surrounds us, and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Change or anyone else?
No, sir.
Is there anyone else in the public that'd like to speak to us on this item? Anyone in the public? I'm going to be closing public input. The public input's now closed. Mr. Towers, is there anything you'd like to rebut?
No.
What do you mean, no? He has the right to rebut.
I know he does, I just hoping he didn't.
This is not another presentation, Mr. Towers. This is just to correct what you feel needs to be corrected to the record.
Yep, just a few things. Mr. Steenberg brought up about the 1-minute portion of the sound in the report. Actually, the ordinance and in what's in the development order talks about 5 minutes, not 1 minute of sound at a certain dB level. He also talks about the number of special event permits in Seminole County, that we have most of them at Wekiva Island. Actually, if you take into account that we don't monitor schools and/or churches' events, where a lot of events take place, and you take into account that cities where malls and other things like that are licensed, we don't have most of the special events that take place in Seminole County. We actually self-imposed a restriction, and we have less special events in our development order than we're actually allowed to. Talking about this particular event, the Winter Wonderland, when you take into account that we had amplified sound, a band with percussion, and we were still below our self-imposed noise ordinance, let alone the noise ordinance of the county, I can't imagine little kids running around getting their face painted and being around Whoville and things like that are going to create enough noise that's going to create such a problem with that neighborhood itself. We're on two diametrically opposed portions over here. And when we look at special events, if you take into account the last couple of special events that this commission has approved, we should be allowed to have the same leniency and occupancies that other events that you have approved. We keep going back to the development order of 395 people. We're not looking to have the paint out increased with adults. We're talking about children here. This is just a kids' event that I can't see is going to create any more of a problem. It's not going to create any more of a traffic count. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board to staff or to the applicant?
I'd just like to hear from the district commissioner.
Everybody ready?
I do have a question for staff, if I may. So how many days do they actually have special events?
I'm sorry, could you
How many
repeat that?
days does the Wekiva Island in a year have as special event?
They're limited to, I'm trying to remember the development order.
60.
60.
Okay, how many do they have?
They use the entire 60 most of the time. There might be one day
Okay.
that's left. I think this year they have an extra day that they didn't use.
Okay.
I'll try to keep this brief, because I know the chairman has given us latitude for the
Take as much
citizens.
time as you want.
Yeah, but I still think that, the first thing is, this is a negotiated developers agreement. So I take exception to both sides saying, well, we didn't do this or do that. It's 60 days, and they're getting the 60 days. So I have no problem with that. We put $395 in there for regular, and we did say that we would allow, during special arrangements, more than $395. So I don't, have a specific problem with that. We came up with the number 450 last time. They didn't exceed it at what is normally the largest event that they have. So I don't see that being in a restriction that we should have to increase. I think that 450, we've come to a reasonable balance here. So now we're back down to a couple of other things, and I think that, number one, when I was outside, during the break, and I saw the two of them talking, I walked up and tried to come up with some agreement that they both would maybe not like, but could accept, as is always the case when we're dealing with Wekiva Island, it seems. So the thing that I would suggest is that we do put the in the request, we put the exact number in the noise study. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think either side has a problem with that, because it didn't come up. So I would like to have that as part of the agreement. I'd also have no problem with 450. I have no problem with the amount of days. I do think that so here's where I'm coming from. Up until the 19th, school's in session. After the 19th, it's not. So let's make the weekdays to 8 o'clock until school is out, and then put it back to 9 o'clock. Also, the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th, which are Sundays and going to be the movies, I think they should be 9 o'clock. Also, I think that Mr. Towers makes a very good point that this is for the kids. So it's for the kids, and there is a normal 2-to-1 parents to children at the island. Then we should say, okay, let's limit the amount of adults on those 3 days, the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th, to 300, and have an unlimited amount of children. So that would be my recommendation. I hope it wasn't too complicated. 450 for every day, except the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th, which would be 300 adults, and children will be defined as 12 and under. The 4th, the 11th, and the 18th until 9 o'clock. Every weekday after the 19th, 9 o'clock. Weekends will stay at 11 o'clock. Put the noise study in the order, and then also 8 o'clock up until, on the weekdays, up until school ends.
Can I clarify? Condition number 4 in the special event does have the DB of 50 already in there.
Okay, that's already in there?
Yes,
Fine.
yes, sir.
Can we define what a child is?
I say 12 and under.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Second.
Do they need ID? I'm sorry.
Ma'am, 12 and,
No, we're not getting into
come on, we're not going to, 12 and under, I think that is a pretty, how they define that, you've got the police officers there, pretty much you can do the 12 and under. I don't think they're going to try to make a 15-year-old or 14-year-old as one of the children.
I just have a question for clarification. 4th, 11th, 18th, 300 adults.
Yes.
No limit on the children.
No limit on the children.
Okay.
It's for the children.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure, because I have to amend the permit
Yes, ma'am.
for signature.
That's my motion.
I believe there was a second. Commissioner Herr.
So when you have a family, you typically have an age gap between kids. So you have the 8-year-old and you have the 13-year-old, and now the 13-year-old counts as an adult. I'm not exactly 100% sure what we're really doing there, in the sense that I don't see them hitting the limits, and now I think you're standing at the front gate with a kid at Christmas time that wants to go in to see Winter Wonderland, and we're IDing the brother. That just seems creepy to me.
Well,
Seems like the Grinch is still Christmas.
So I think we're losing a little bit of the spirit of the event with the line out front, and I would also advocate that once a kid hits school age, although I appreciate the compromise, once a kid hits school age, I can just tell you, none of mine went to bed before 9 o'clock. So, and I realize there's traffic leaving, so maybe 8 o'clock is the good. I think the level of detail in that becomes administratively difficult. I just want to point out.
And first of all, we're not doing it, the Wekiva Island is, and the fact, all I'm saying is, if we don't, I was trying to accommodate Mr. Towers and the Wekiva Island, that they said this is a kids' event, and the 3 days are the kids' event. For sure, kids' event. So I want, if it's not the 300 and the unlimited children, then it's back to 450 for every day. And I was just trying to accommodate what his concern was, that we're leaving out, as he said, 50 children if we don't go to 500. And
So can we get there with the 12 is not old enough in my perspective when you have multiple kids in a family. You're still taking the 8-year-old.
That's my issue.
Then what age?
I think 18. I think 18. You're still in high school. I think you're still getting dragged with your little brothers. At least my brother was getting dragged with me. I can tell you that.
I can tell you what, in my family, if we were going to see Whoville and the Grinch, my 15, 16, they weren't going. No, they're not going.
Mine were
Thanks,
all-
Dad, we'll stay home.
I did not have the cool kids.
Can I ask Mr. Towers a question? Mr. Towers, can you come to the podium, please? I can see that this could be potential issues about how old a child is. Is this something you're willing to accept?
No. Like I said, it is an administrative nightmare to try to do this. And I'm saying we could just break this down to what is the problem of how many kids are going to be on this island? And I get where we are with all of this, but we're turning this into a nightmare that we're in the weeds. We are in the weeds on this one.
Okay, do you like it or not? That's what I'm
No.
asking.
And be honest with you, at 50 extra kids.
Call the vote.
No,
Just
wait, hold-
just give us a moment, Mr. Towers. Commissioner Lockhart?
Yeah. So you've had this event for many years. Have you ever exceeded 450 people for this event, regardless of age?
From what I am told, yes.
They have done more in previous years.
Okay.
At this event.
At
Including
this
kids.
event. Okay.
What that number is, I don't know, but I know that this commission, a commission, has given them more numbers, more people to attend. You'd have to ask staff.
Okay, well, I think it's important to know, because if we're kind of quibbling over a number and we've never exceeded it, then I don't know why we're struggling.
Yeah,
But I think, if it's just the boat parade, which it may or may not be a children's event, I don't know, but there's got to be some easy way to compromise and get the number where it needs to be without having to talk to parents and ask how old their children are, or turn families away at the door unnecessarily. how do we get there? And Rebecca is behind you, so I think
Ms. Rebecca's there. We
Yeah.
asked Ms. Rebecca to speak. She'd like to address something. Please give us your name.
For the record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. I have just an option, an idea. If it's the 3 days where they're doing the holiday events for the children, they have asked for 500. We could limit it to 450 on all other days except those 3 days and allow them to have the 500. That could be the compromise, because that is only an additional 50 people, and then that would accommodate the additional children.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Constantine.
I mean, yes, we're quibbling. And the chairman was correct in that this commission has allowed additional, but they haven't allowed additional since we came up with the development order, which was based upon the fact that Wekiva Island was asking for more increased certain things, and we all agreed, and that's where we were, and the 450 was what we agreed on for the special events. Now, I don't have a problem with making it 450 for every single day. And I was trying to accommodate Mr. Towers' request because it's for the kids, he kept saying, that we would be able to do it on those 3 days. If everybody thinks it's an administrative nightmare, I would just assume that we go to 450 and just leave it at that. And when it's a kids' event, parents are going to bring more kids, less parents anyway, so we'll keep it at 450. So if I'm going to make an amendment to my amendment that now says that every day is at 450, forget about the 3 days at 300 adults, and if the seconder will agree.
Seconder will agree for the interest of moving this topic along.
Thank you.
And I believe that Rebecca had her idea of, you said 450, and then on those 3 days, 500. Is that what you said, Rebecca?
She said, yeah, 500, and just have a suggestion on that. If we can do the 3 days and then the VIP party, that would be perfect.
Always pushing it a little bit more.
That's where it goes south.
Well, listen, no other special events kind of go through all of this, so we're kind of in a unique position. And what we can do is, I'd be happy to turn around and keep the census, take a look at where we are. And again, like anything else with the business, we are looking from an economic development to Representative Smith's position of trying to grow things. We kind of are allowed to do that. We're not a non-for-profit, of keeping track of this. And again, if there's no problems, no complaints, we try to react to certain things. We're trying to be the best neighbors possible, and we'll keep track of this.
Mr. Chairman, one last thing. I want to go, with all due respect to Mr. Towers, I don't want to go back and forth with Mr. Towers. The fact of the matter is that most special events are not done where they're surrounded by a housing development, and the people are complaining, and we have done a development order. Now, I can tell you that Mr. Stamer will tell you that he could have filled this room today. And we've seen this room filled by those residents that are concerned about it. So I always try to come up with something that will make both sides mad at me, which means that then I probably come up with something that's reasonable. And I think that I tried the 300, you didn't like that. The 450, there's going to be more children anyway on those days because parents are not going to come out to see The Grinch That Stole Christmas. So, 450 is fine.
And Commissioner, the reason why I'm stressing this is because we clearly know that sound is not the issue, it's traffic.
Correct.
Okay? And I believe that since traffic's not I don't think traffic's a problem because we haven't really heard anything. And that's the reason why you do the 450 and just those 3 days, you go to the 500 that they're asking for because if you can't park it, they can't show up. That's just my opinion. Mr. Zimbo?
So I want to state the obvious. Going back to my planning and zoning days, this horse has been beat to death.
A couple times.
And this horse has been resurrected at least a dozen times. We've gone back and forth. We've had speed bumps and speed tables put in. We've required signs to be posted out front. We've now commissioned, I don't know how many thousands of dollars in a sound study specific to this event that we've never done for any other event. We've spent the money, put a sound ordinance in. We've told a non-conforming business that had the right to operate to then get a development order, and here we sit still discussing this. That's the challenge I have. So I'd like to hear from our county attorney, what are the legal documents say they're entitled to do, period.
Commissioner, if you would give me the deference, and could I ask that the motion be, the twice amended motion be stated so that we're first all on the same page?
Commissioner Constantine?
Yes. All right. The motion was that now, if the seconder agreed to the amendment, now that it would be $450 every day, that that it would be open on the weekdays until 8 p.m. until school closes on the 19th, and then it would be 9 p.m. That the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th would all be 9 p.m. That is the thing. Now, I concur that probably I concur that probably the 3 days would be more children. And, but at some point, we can't, every time we come in here, like you said, beating a dead horse, we have to give, every time it's asking for a little more back and forth. And we didn't have a problem with the last one. The 450 worked, and, I was just trying to be, helpful.
So my question to the county attorney again is, what do the legal documents say? We have a development order for this business, and then we have in this county special exception process. So talk to us a little bit about that so we can...
The best way to sum it up is, in both cases, you have considerable discretion to consider any request by the applicant for special conditions. So I can ask Rebecca, because I don't have all that information in front of me, or staff, to recite the codes by heart. But I think the important thing here is that as a legislative body, you have the discretion to consider a request. You have the discretion to consider those who oppose it and put up reasonable conditions. And what I've heard so far, I think, would be easily defensible if that matters.
And I understand and I appreciate that answer. Mine is trying to look out for the good of the order down the road. We've been hammering
Well, you
this.
said it best. It's a dead horse that's been beaten to the...
I mean, we've asked them to work together. We've done this. I know before I was on this commission, Commissioner Constantine sat down with everybody, worked with everybody to come to an agreement. Apparently that didn't work out. Then we did some more things, and that hasn't worked out. And every time, we're going through this whole process.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Just Mr. Abigail would like to
I just want to
finish
say
up.
one thing. It's not very often a citizen stands up at that podium and says, thank you.
Understood.
For what we know. And I just want you to know that that's...
Sure. Not without notice.
Commissioner Constantine?
I just wanted to, it did work out. We came up with a development order that both sides agreed to stick to.
Right.
It did work out. So, I'm trying, and I respect that the Wynotts are good citizens. And I dearly not only respect them, they're my friends, and I like them very much. And I think what they're trying to do, and the CERO and all the things that they're trying to do, I have the utmost respect for and believe in strongly. But at the same time, I sat down with both sides and came and hammered out an agreement. And I try to stick as close to that agreement as I can each and every time we do this. And it's just difficult when every time we do it and it seems that both sides are satisfied, that then we come back and it's just a little bit more. And I'm trying to come up with the thing. Now, I don't have any problem with 500 or 450 when it comes to those three events. I personally do not, but the fact of the matter is it's hard for me to sit there and look in the faces of the citizens that I made an agreement with and the business and made an agreement with, and sit there and change it each time with a little bit more. That's all I'm saying. And that's why I'm thinking that, that's why I put it out. If you all want to do something different, but I think that it's reasonable what we're suggesting right now.
Mr. Chairman?
Before we go to you, Mr. Commissioner Herr, excuse me.
Yes, it's her. I actually think the thing is working the way it was written.
Right.
It was written that all of the other days of the year, this is how it's going to be, and they have 60 days of special exception where we come and we have this circus. So that's the agreement that got reached. It's working. There's no future ending that unless we want to come to a different agreement about the 60 days. With that, I think I understand the motion, and I would call this question.
Amen.
Okay, before we call the question, I believe the applicant wants to make a statement, then we'll call the question. Mr. Towers.
To Commissioner Constantine's point, we keep asking for a little bit more, but we also forget about the fact that we voluntarily gave up days for special events. We limited ourselves to 4. Other people are allowed more than that. We limited ourselves to 60 days. I believe other people are allowed 180 or 160, according to the code. We self-imposed, voluntarily offered, wasn't even asked, voluntarily offered to reduce the noise ordinance or self-impose the noise ordinance. So we have done many, many things that we have self-imposed on ourselves. In other areas of the land development code, when you're saying that we have 395, let's just round it off to 400 because I'm sometimes somewhat simplistic, an additional 50 people in other elements of your land development code is almost a staff approval, a staff waiver. So when you're saying you're going to give us another 50 kids, if Commissioner Delary were to stand up and I get some small kids, I can stack them up 3 at a time, almost get one person out of it. So when I look...
How old are these kids?
Some of them are small. I got a granddaughter that I can stack 3 up and we make one of you. And I still have a few inches left over. So, when I look at an additional 50 kids, but I look at the other events at 450 where that 450 number is worked, when I look at I'm going to have 2 parents that want to enjoy that event with their kids, it's just a different type of event where the 450 number where it's all adults like to paint out and other things, that number does work. You're 100% correct, Commissioner Constantine. This event's just a little different because you want to have both parents want to enjoy that time with their kids. So that's why I think the higher number does work. We don't, as to Commissioner Delary's point, Chairman Delary's point is, if we don't have a traffic problem, let's just park the cars. If they have 2 kids in it or 3 kids in it, who cares? It's not going to be a noise issue. I don't want to create a problem where we're going to take away, to Commissioner Herr's point of, take away the enjoyment of the event itself. I don't think anyone cares if there's an extra 20 or 30 kids running around the island or an extra 100 kids. It's not going to be a noise issue. It's not going to be a traffic issue. I just think we're overcomplicating it. It's just a different type of event from what we have. So, Commissioner Constantine, when you're saying we keep asking for a little bit more on this one, yes, because it's a different type of event. And attendance, in my mind, should be overlooked or increased because of the type of people that are showing up at it.
Thank you, Ms. Towers. Any discussion from the board before I call the question? Okay. See no other discussion, we'll call the question. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Okay. It is I'm sorry, Mr. Applegate? Sure, go right ahead. Everybody else is?
1:30, we might as well go.
I'm taking a break. I'll go right ahead.
Applegate?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I know, obviously, it's been a long day already. We sent out the memo last week for asking and explaining why we're going to ask for your approval on the resolution establishing Title VI for Seminole County. I don't think there's any members of the public, but you may want to ask that. I asked for your approval. The memo explains the reason we're doing it. FDOT gave us their model that other jurisdictions are using. We reviewed it in detail, find it to be very adequate, and I ask for your approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Before we call the questions, anyone in the audience would like to discuss this issue? Do you have any written requests? No written requests, no one in the public. We'll close the public. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign, motion passes. Mr. Applegate?
As you know, the federal court granted our motion for attorney fees in the River Cross federal case. The next step, as you know, our motion was for over $530,000. The next step will be the court deciding on the exact amount. I've instructed our counsel to begin the process necessary to seek enforcement. And finally, I've had 4 staff members sit there since 9:30 this morning.
You poor darlings.
And to their credit, no one's run out with their hair on fire. And I thank you for that. I want to introduce our 4 new members to the office.
Mr. Applegate, can you ask them to stand when their name is called out?
First, I ask Kara. Kara is the first person you see when you walk into the office. She's worked with Development Services before coming to our office. She worked as a permit technician in the Building Division, Administrative Assistant in Planning and Development Division, and prior to working with Seminole County government, she worked as a deputy clerk for the Seminole County Clerk of Courts. She's been a great addition to our office. And then next, Deborah Key. Deborah. She works primarily for David Shields and Desiree, who I'm going to be introducing in a minute. Deborah worked as a trial clerk for the Orange County Clerk of Courts before coming to our office, and prior to that, she worked as customer service with the Orange County Tax Collector's Office. And in a few months, she's going to have her master's degree in public administration.
Nice.
Wow, congratulations.
Okay, and now, Desiree, will you stand up, please? Desiree is going to be an assistant county attorney in our office. She comes from the Department of Juvenile Justice, where she provided legal counsel and interpretation of highly complex public employment labor laws, including statutory, regulatory, and case authorities evaluating FMLA and Americans with Disability Act. Other career notes include that she was an assistant state attorney, served as a trial clerk for the Orange County Civil Division, legal extern for Levy County Attorney's Office, and is the recipient of the University of Florida Law School Pro Bono Award, and actually has an award for the highest grade in the class in animal rights law. So Desiree, welcome. And then finally, last but not least, Gerlin Khan. Gerlin is an entry-level assistant county attorney. She graduated from Barry University School of Law with high honors, ranking number 7 in the class of 150. I think I needed binoculars to see the top of the class, I'm not sure. She also received honors for the highest grade in civil procedure and federal evidence. She was on moot court and law review. Her undergrad is from Columbia University in New York, where she was a Gates Millennium Scholar. She's clerk for the 5th DCA, the 9th Judicial Circuit, Department of Homeland Security, and the Federal Public Defender's Office. And like Desiree, her references were off the charts. So with this, our office is back at full strength from 2011. And as I said the last time, during that time, we've kept our operating budget flat. But with the addition of all 4, we're going to be up and running. So we're very fortunate to have all of them on board. And I thank you for that support.
Thank you. Before we take a break, Mr. Abel, do you have anything you need to bring up?
No, sir.
Okay. So the question is, we take an hour break, an hour and a half break? I'm good either one. What? Hour. Hour?
An hour.
Okay, we'll recess. We'll be back here at 2:30. We're